Dude, you're rich!
What?
Bro, check your old crypto wallet. Orion coin is off the charts.
The number was too high for his digital wallet to even calculate. Kevin was now the richest man in the city, maybe even the world.
Honey, what are you doing up so late?
Nothing.
Nothing. Really? Doesn't look like nothing.
Really, it's, nothing. I wouldn't lie to you.
Okay.
Kevin was a great husband to Lily. He did all the chores. He rode this old junker around so she could use the car for work.
Kevin, where are you? You said you would help me.
Glad you could finally make it. With that traffic in the hallway.
Sorry, I was actually fixing my bike.
These dishes aren't gonna wash themselves.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you've been living in this home now for the last 2 years. Surely, yes, ma'am, I'll do some dishes. Clearly makes up for that.
Trust me, it's no vacation.
What was that?
I said thank you, Dorothy. You have been so kind to me and Lily.
For their entire marriage, Kevin had searched for a way to tell Lily. He was actually the son of one of the oldest and wealthiest families in the entire country.
You fool! You've wasted your entire inheritance!
What?
You're out of the family! Out! What the hell is Orion coin?
Grandpa!
I don't care. How could you say that? You're always so mean to him.
It's because I care about you, Lil. You're a boss, and Kevin, no offense, is an absolute bum. He's like the before picture of an Ambien commercial.
Oh my God.
Seriously, why do you stay with him?
He wasn't always like this. When we first met, he was confident and charming, and I don't know what happened, but I just feel like if I stay with him long enough, he might actually find himself again. I really love the man that he used to be.
But do you love the guy he is right now?
Sometimes I just feel like, I don't know, he's just been so closed off lately and the romance is gone, and if he could just find himself again, be the man that I knew him to be, the man that I know he can be.
You could be with any man you want. You shouldn't stay with someone out of pity.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. I just spent my whole day putting out fires at work. We got a new contract last month and there was an error in some of the data, and now we owe the client $7 million. Someone offered to step in and give us the 3, but I still need to find the other $4 million by the end of the week, or the whole company goes out of business.
Oh my God. How are you gonna find $4 million in 1 week?
Kevin wanted to tell Lily that he'd just recently come into some cash. But fate had other plans.
Hello? Never thought I'd hear from you again. What's up?
Kevin, I was wrong about you. Your family needs you. We've gone bankrupt. The crypto you wasted your inheritance on, I know what Orion coin is worth now. Will you save us?
That's rich.
No, you are. And if you save us, I promise to find a way to make it up to you. You'll be a full member of the family again.
Do you honestly think that I would want that after everything you did to me?
Don't you want to be the man you used to be?
And if he could just find himself again, be the man that I knew him to be, the man that I know he can be.
What do you say?
Kevin's grandfather was right about one thing. Kevin was tired of being the shell of a man that he was. It was time he developed a spine and built his own empire.
Kevin?
More determined than ever, Kevin knew what he had to do. Kevin spent yet another night unable to sleep. Is he really the richest man in the world? It didn't feel real to him. Maybe he could finally be the man he was when he first met his wife.
Jesus!
Have you been playing video games all night?
What is wrong with you?
Oh, I don't know what my daughter sees in you. I'm using the car to run some errands. Why don't you do something useful for once and drop your wife off at work?
On it, ma'am. Crazy old lady. Hey, Lil, you ready to go?
Sorry, I'm running a bit behind.
Your mom's taking the car.
What?
We have to take the bike.
Okay.
Kevin could never get over just how stunning his wife was. A goddess in human form.
Lily, you look really beautiful.
Thanks, Kev. Oh, sorry. Can we go? I don't want to be late.
Yeah, totally.
Thanks.
You okay? You seem stressed.
Yeah. We just got the reports back this morning, and by the end of the week, we're filing for bankruptcy. We're meeting with all the major shareholders today. I just feel so terrible. It's all my fault.
Yeah, but it wasn't your mistake that started all this, so it's not your fault.
No, Kev. I'm the chairman of the company. I'm responsible for everything that happens. What?
Nothing. I just hope that this company cares about you as much as you seem to care about them. Have a good day, babe.
Thank you for the ride.
Of course.
Lily.
Anytime.
Hi, Bradley.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, so good to see you.
You really are having a bad week. You called an Uber bike to get here?
Oh, no,
You could have called me.
Kevin, Lily's husband.
Oh, you're the famous Kevin.
Yes, this is him.
You know, Rachel has told me so much about you.
Rachel?
She does a great impression of you, actually.
Yeah, I bet she does.
Anyway, so glad I bumped into you. My heart aches for you and everything that's been happening with your company.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
So sweet.
So, I got you a little gift.
What? You didn't have to do that.
Yeah, Bradley, you really shouldn't have.
Oh, that's,
Come on, let me put it on you.
no, it's too much.
I insist.
At that moment, Kevin had murder in his eyes. Saving Lily's company was one thing, but first he had to handle Bradley.
I'll do it. Her husband will put it on her.
Okay.
Be careful with that. It's a dream lover's. No!
Oops.
What the hell, Kev?
It's a fake. Dream Lovers necklaces cost a small country's GDP. And there's only 10 of them in the entire world.
So,
How could you?
It slipped.
Bradley, you lied?
I didn't lie to you. It's an exact replica. It cost me $100 grand.
Oh my God. Now, I am so sorry, Bradley.
So sorry, Bradley.
I knew how much you admired those necklaces, and you've been working so hard. I thought you deserved something special.
Bradley, I'm sure this really was a mistake. Right, Kev?
What she deserves is a real one, not some knockoff.
Okay, whoa, stop! I need you to apologize to Bradley right now. He's a representative at Williams Media. Remember the $7 million that we owe and then someone stepped in, so now we only owe $4 million? His company is providing the rest. Please, Kevin.
Sorry, I broke the necklace.
What was that? No, I didn't hear you.
Please forgive me.
Apology accepted.
All right, I'm going to work. See you at the meeting.
I know what you're trying to do. It's not gonna work. Stay away from my wife. I buy her expensive gifts, not you.
Honestly, I feel bad for her. She'll never have anything nice with you around.
Get out of my way.
You can't even afford a car.
Kevin was more resolved than ever to become the man Lily wanted him to be. But before he could take care of Bradley, he had to pay a visit to someone from his past.
Williams Manor. Home sweet home.
Kevin, my grandchild.
Let's skip the formalities, shall we?
I can see you've been enjoying your sabbatical.
Sabbatical. Is that what you call disowning your grandson?
Let's not dwell on events of the past, shall we? Please have a seat.
I'm good, Uncle. I just came here to talk. I thought about it, and I'll hear you out on 2 conditions. Number 1, by 6 o'clock this evening, you will get me an authentic Dream Lovers necklace.
Dream Lover?
I don't care how. I just want it delivered to my wife in secret. And number 2, you're gonna fire one of your board members. Bradley, something.
Mr. Williams was surprised at how much he liked this side of Kevin.
Consider it done.
Confidence oozed from Kevin. He was finally in his element.
So how much do you need?
Not a whole lot. Only around $8 billion.
$8 billion? That's not a lot. I was kicked out for way less.
Would you like for me to grovel, boy? It's not going to happen. Is it done? Your demands have been met. Now make the call. You will help us, won't you?
You really think I have $8 billion?
Don't play dumb. Just 20% of the stock you own is currently worth $9.6 billion. A number that is rising as we speak. Remember, you are a Williams too. This is your legacy on the line.
My legacy? Were you worried about my legacy when you kicked me out 2 years ago? You know I'm married, right?
I am aware.
You know, I got engaged the day before you decided to exile me. Did you know that? I have a new family now. And I'm not just gonna kick them out on their butts just to have your loyalty. You left me for dead, so give me one good reason why I should bring you back to life.
I'll help you build your empire. You want to be a man again, boy? You will be the most successful Williams family member to date. Wealthier than God. Wealthier than God.
Finally, an offer Kevin could get behind.
Keep talking.
I'll let you have Williams meeting.
Isn't your wife the CEO?
Indeed.
You just love giving away things that don't belong to you.
My wife would gladly give it up if it meant saving this family.
Williams Media is our most profitable and high-profile company. The largest and most successful entertainment company in America. Think of all the celebrities we've signed. All that influence that will be loyal to your name. You'll start tomorrow as the chief executive in charge. You'll have a company and a purpose. What say you?
Hey, babe. Hey, listen, I wanted to apologize for taking Bradley's bait earlier.
No, it's okay. I was actually calling to apologize to you. I've been...
You've been stressed lately, so I get it. I shouldn't have let that get under my skin.
Just that is the best chance I have at saving my company. He reports directly to the Williams family, and that's like the richest family in the city, so it has to be done.
Little did she know, Kevin was now at the helm of that family. Her company's fate was in his hands, not Bradley's.
I get it. Listen, everything's gonna be okay. All right?
Anyway, I have to go back to work.
Yeah, I should go too. I have that college reunion lunch to get to. So.
Oh yeah, right, I forgot. Oh, hey, listen, could you find the time to pick up a suit before my family's dinner tonight? It's just, you know, my family can be so judgmental, and it would mean the world to me if you could just make a good impression.
Yeah. I'd do anything to make you proud.
Talk to you later.
Of course. I love you.
Oh my God, that is so embarrassing.
Like, how does our chairwoman get married to a man with a broken motorbike?
Tragic.
It was like something you'd see in the dump.
Him or the bike?
No, okay? Then get this. He said he was going to buy her a dream lover's necklace. Can you believe that?
Completely delusional. Hey, that's enough. If I were you, I wouldn't speak about things you know nothing about.
Sorry, Miss Jones.
Lily knew that Kevin wasn't an idiot. She just wished he'd stop living with his head in the clouds. Maybe they both could give their relationship another go. She hadn't given up on him yet.
I hope you're not wearing that to the Jones family dinner.
It's actually for something else.
I don't care. You and Lily have been married for over 2 years now, and still no children.
Excuse me?
Does your family have any genetic history or issues with fertility?
Are you questioning my manhood? Both of my parents are very healthy, as far as I know. And there are no genetic oddities on my side.
Oh, so you're saying the fault's with my side of the family?
What? No.
I don't know your parents, so why don't we schedule a doctor's appointment for you to get tested?
Are you just looking for reasons to break up my marriage?
Why are you getting defensive?
You know, Dorothy, I can't with you.
Where are you going?
Kevin Williams, what's up, baby?
Tucker, what's up, man? How you feeling?
Good, good. How you doing?
I'm good.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you. Is that your new whip out there?
Yeah, ain't she a beaut? And you look eccentric as ever. Please tell me you're not riding this dirt bike still.
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, it's the first thing I ever bought with my own money, so, you know.
Yeah, well, we both got a bit more to spend now. You never did tell me how much you made.
Oh my God, Brittany!
Brittany was the most popular girl at Kevin's college. A few years ago, she'd made it big after a string of commercials.
You're so stunning. You're perfect.
Would you look at that? A star is born.
Yeah, I would have thought she would have left the city by now.
She's about to. Entertainment Weekly says she's on the up and up. She's gonna be a super celebrity before you know it.
Well, I wouldn't want to brag.
Of course not.
Oh, you're so sweet. Okay, fine. Someone is signing with Williams Media in the next couple days. Someone like moi.
Williams Media, huh? You hold my drink.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey.
Kevin. Ew, what is that outfit? It's very disgusting.
Yeah, Kevin, did you dress yourself today? Or like ever?
So nice talking to you guys.
Still talking to us?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's still there.
Hey, dude, I gotta go. My wife wants me to pick up a suit before I head home.
Really? You? Well, I hope you don't need it tailored.
Well, yeah, I mean, I want it to be nice, right?
For tonight. Oh, bro, you're gonna need a miracle worker to get that finished in time.
Who needs a miracle worker when you're the richest man in the city?
Hey, I need another favor.
Lily finally understood what it felt like to be seen by a man. As she touched the rare stone, she thought of how unhappy she'd been this last year.
You look beautiful, Lily. You deserve this. You worked so hard. I only wish you'd allow yourself more happiness in life.
She deserved this feeling. She'd held on to this dream with Kevin for far too long. For the first time, she felt ready to let go. Not because she didn't love Kevin, nor because she had any love for Bradley. She was simply ready to love herself.
It's okay.
She had made her decision. Tonight, she would tell Kevin it was over. However, that decision seemed to fade away right then and there. In that moment, Kevin was the most handsome man Lily had ever seen. Not a hair out of place, and in a custom-fit suit perfectly tailored to accentuate his body.
Forgot how fit you are in a suit.
Oh, your mom's watching.
She was just about to leave him, but in that moment, she never wanted to let him go.
Finally, let's go.
Let's get out of here.
Suddenly, she had no idea what she was going to do.
Oh my God! If it isn't my favorite cousin.
Cousin Jason, hi.
It's so nice to see you again. I love that dress. And Auntie Dorothy, radiant as always.
Jason.
Oh, Kevin.
Jason.
Good to see you finally dressed like a gentleman for once. That's a nice suit. Was it on sale?
My daughter gave you $1,000 to buy clothes and you bought something on sale.
No, of course not.
Always such a cheapskate.
It's not cheap.
Well, how much did it cost then?
I don't know. It was a gift.
Oh. So they took one look at you and felt so bad that they offered you something for free?
No, it's not.
Come on, let's just sit.
Suit's not cheap, Lil. I mean, it's better than whatever that is.
Excuse me? This is a $20,000 suit. See, I actually respect this family enough to show up in style. Want a piece of advice? Leave before you embarrass her further.
Thanks, Jason. I don't need your advice.
Who told you you could touch me? You're dirtying my suit.
Your measly $20,000 suit?
Mm-hmm.
I'm more concerned that I might get soil on my hands by touching it. You are right about one thing. Lily and I do prefer to dress a little bit more casual. However,
What are you doing?
she does prefer fine jewelry.
Is that a dream lovers? Am I seeing correctly?
Oh my God, that's like every woman's dream.
Kev, you knew?
It can't be. There's only 10 of those in the world.
Believe it.
Is it really real?
Where did you get it?
I'm not sure it was a gift.
Where would your family find the money to buy such a rare piece of jewelry?
It's none of your business how much money my family has. We don't answer to you.
Kevin. Jason, forgive Kevin. He can't hold his tongue. Where are your parents tonight?
Dorothy was looking for a diplomatic solution, but Jason wasn't having it.
My parents are overseas on company business. Unlike you, they're not lazy. What do you do all day except get your little son-in-law to wait on you hand and foot?
How dare you? What on earth is going on in here?
Grandma!
The Jones family matriarch. She built this family from humble roots to the small empire they had today, using both grit and class.
Zip it. Now, I am hungry enough to eat the centerpiece. Somebody bring the food in. Like, I know it's understanding, but I have something to say.
Kevin was very hungry, and the food looked so delicious. He didn't really care what anyone else thought about his table manners.
I learned earlier today from a very reputable source that the CEO of Williams Media has changed. For years and years, our family has attempted to partner with Williams Media, but time after time, All of our offers have been rejected, but this young man may be the promise of a new generation.
Kevin was amused. The old bat was well informed.
If anyone can form a partnership with our families, I am prepared to reward them handsomely.
I can go. I'm great at communication.
Grandma, pick me. I'm friends with the third floor receptionist.
I could. I'm friends with Bradley Smith. He's on the board at Williams Media.
JJ, why don't I let you take this one on?
Of course, Grandma. I won't let you down.
Sorry, something in my throat.
If Lily were to form a better relationship with Williams Media, maybe her own company Siren Corp would be saved.
Hey, don't worry. Jason won't be able to talk with anyone at Williams Media about making any type of deal.
What?
Jason doesn't stand a chance.
Why would you say that?
He's a prick.
Yeah, a very slimy one who's good at his job.
I just meant to say you're better.
You're just telling me what I want to hear.
Kevin's life was about to change, once and for all. He couldn't believe this was really happening. It was now or never.
My bike! What the hell is wrong with you?
Look at my dress! Why the heck would you park that right there?
Brittany?
Kevin? Are you the new security guard or something?
What? No!
Look at my dress. I have a very important meeting today and you ruined it and I just had to resize.
You just destroyed my bike!
Anyone hurt? Brittany Davis. Big fan. I didn't realize you were coming to sign your contract already.
I was on my way in and then all of this happened. What are you gonna do about it?
Who said that you could ride this thing in here?
Who said that I couldn't? Besides, she hit me.
Mr. Martin, is this what you call security? Because I don't think it's a very good reflection on your company.
Rest assured, I definitely won't allow someone like him to keep working here.
Kevin glanced at the man's nameplate. A production assistant thinks he could fire another employee at will.
Oh, so you're gonna fire me? And what makes you, an assistant, think that you can fire me?
Okay, very much so over this. I'm calling your manager.
Go ahead, please. Let's see what happens.
Hey, you're kidding, right? Get out of here.
Oh. You know what? I think I'm gonna stay right here.
I said leave.
You are gonna regret this.
What the hell is going on here?
Buddy, the new security guard made me spill my drink and he's refusing to pay for damages.
You what?
I was just handling it.
I've heard enough. Apologize right now or your first day will be your last day here.
You three are about to feel very stupid.
You will apologize to my niece or you'll be facing criminal charges on top of losing your job.
Yeah, just keep piling it on.
Perfect timing. Mrs. Wilson.
Sorry, sir. I went to get the new quarterly reports and I lost track of time. I hope you can forgive me.
No forgiveness needed.
Excuse me, Miss Wilson. Do you know this man?
Of course. Why wouldn't I know the new CEO?
You have to be kidding me.
I assure you, I'm not.
It can't be. I went to school with the weirdo.
Let me see those.
Claire was the executive manager of public relations and didn't recognize the new CEO. What had she done?
Sir, I am so sorry. I swear nothing like this will happen in the future.
Future?
Please, sir, I've worked diligently here for years.
Mr. Williams, this is my fault. I hit your bike. Please don't punish my auntie. She works so hard.
Miss Davis, please. This assistant tried to fire me. Can you believe that?
I'll inform his supervisor.
Wonderful.
Kevin didn't feel a single regret. After years of daily humiliation, he was finally in charge.
Well, let's go. We have work to do.
He soaked in the hip atmosphere of his new company, embracing his role with earnest.
Right this way, sir. Your office.
This was his destiny.
Please, join us.
Sir, what happened downstairs? I really am terribly sorry.
Surely we can just forget about all of this and continue to me signing some papers.
Kevin was enjoying this.
You guys must think I'm some kind of bully. Maybe I am. Give me one good reason why I should sign you.
Sir, there's a Jones family representative downstairs.
Which one?
There has to be some mistake. I've never met the new CEO.
That's enough. He doesn't want to see you.
He can't do this to me. Ugh. I've been banned from the premises. I have no idea what I've done. Can you believe that?
I am so sorry that you had to endure that, JJ. The new CEO of Williams Corporation is a young man. He's probably too young to be at the helm of such a large corporation, and it's normal that people like him look down on new money.
Oh, that's not it. His assistant said as long as we present a worthwhile spokesperson, he'd happily meet with someone from our family.
Oh, I just do not accept that. There is no one more worthy than you, JJ.
Regretfully, Grandma, I think that person might be Lily. She was correct last night to point out that she already has a friend on the board at Williams Media. They actually like her there.
Lily, you were telling the truth. Well, you should go in JJ's stead.
I want to, but Grandma, my friend
Grandma Jones is giving you a chance to prove yourself, Lily.
Last she heard, Bradley had been kicked off the board. Did Jason know this? Was he setting her up?
Siren Corporation is going under. What if I stepped in and provided the funds to pull it out? If you would be willing to do this for the family, I can save your skin. What do you say?
What choice did she have?
Let's go! Ah, dude, I think you've gotten worse at this. So why haven't you told her yet?
I don't know, man. I mean, I want to, but I've been lying for so long. I mean, not just about the Orion payout, but way before that.
Yeah, I mean, it is understandable. If I was the heir to a Fortune 500 company, I would never tell the girl I'm with. Wouldn't want to get too laid.
Shut up.
Oh, God. I'm joking.
Man, Lily's not like other girls. I mean, she's genuine, you know? She values honesty above all else. That's kind of why I fell in love with her.
My God. You're so boring.
You're a hater.
Oh, look at me. I'm a billionaire. Please don't tell my wife.
Come on, dude. Damn.
Where is Lily, anyways?
It was finally time for Kevin to show to Lily that he's the man she loved.
Surprise. There she is.
Rachel, what are you doing here?
You said you were having a tough week, so I brought my strongest red. And the door was left open, and you know I can't resist a good reveal.
The door was left unlocked. Kevin wasn't here.
Ding dong, the bum is dead.
He's normally here. That's weird, right?
Who cares? I just admire that you haven't filed for divorce yet. What? He's holding you back, and your mom wants a grandchild.
You've been talking to my mom?
It's not like you and Kevin have been trying that hard.
Wow. Well, that's really none of your business.
Listen, You deserve a relationship that's safe and secure, and I'm just concerned.
Concerned about what?
Where were you? Rachel says you weren't home?
I was upstairs, napping.
You're all sweaty.
AC's on the fritz. That for me?
Nope. Why are you staring at me?
Hey, Lil, do you still need someone to cover that $4 million?
Yeah. Wow, Kev. Way to rub it in.
And remember when I tried to talk to you about it yesterday and you shot me down?
Yeah, because it was silly and...
You're gonna call me boss when I prove you wrong.
Sure. Okay. And when you can't conjure up $4 million from the void, you're gonna call me mistress.
You okay, sweetie?
What is happening?
Well, I wanted to surprise you, but I guess now's a good time.
Oh, what are you gonna do, Kev? Pull money out of your butt?
What is this?
Well, I was gonna give you cash, but it seemed irresponsible to carry that much around.
God. You know what? You talk a big game for a dude that has nothing to back it up. What is that, a toy?
It's a card reader.
Okay.
Depends your birthday.
What?
What is it? Come on.
Get ready to call me boss, Missy.
Hey, what's everyone? Where are your clothes? Where are you going?
What the hell is this? How is this even possible?
I told you I could help.
You haven't worked in 2 years. Where did this come from? What are you hiding from me?
There's...
No, this is a lot of money.
I didn't do anything illegal, if that's what you're getting at.
Then where is it coming from?
Kevin was scared of how she'd react, but he could see now she didn't care about the money. What she wanted was honesty.
Lil, what if I told you that I'm actually a gifted entrepreneur from an extremely wealthy family?
Fine. Just keep making jokes.
I'm not.
No, it's fine. Just promise me you're not in the bomb.
What is going on in here?
I don't know, Mom. I think Kevin just saved my company.
Kevin? Oh my God. It's unbelievable.
If this was a victory for Kevin, why did it feel as though he'd lost something very important? Distraught over her husband's kept secret, Lily walked into Williams Media with no plan of action. Lily still had not connected the dots that his last name was the same last name as the Williams company.
Excuse me, I'm here to meet with the new CEO.
Miss Jones?
Yes?
Good to meet you. Unfortunately, Mr. Williams is unavailable this morning, but he's instructed for me to meet with you on his behalf.
He did?
Right this way.
Hey.
Hey.
How'd the meeting go?
I got the deal.
Don't play with me like that. Come here. Oh. So proud of you.
Thank you.
No, we should celebrate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
So. Got some right there. How'd you like the Buddha?
It's my favorite. How did you know? You were so sure that I would get the deal over Jason.
I'm just confident in your abilities.
Kevin, I'm good, but when I walked in that building, they practically gave me everything I asked for. Plus all that money that you had and the early morning phone calls.
Was Lily finally connecting the dots?
I want you to be honest with me. What's going on?
You should probably get that.
Oh my God.
What?
Grandma found out about the deal. She's throwing a party in my honor.
Thank you all for coming tonight to celebrate our family's new agreement with Williams Media. And of course, we owe all of this to Jason. He suffered so to make this deal happen, so he at least deserves half the credit. Come, Jason, come.
Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't have done it without you, Grandma. Or me, really, if you think about it. It takes a lot. What are you doing?
Sitting with my family?
Well, find another seat. That seat is reserved for Miss Anderson. Who? You don't even know who she... Miss Phoebe Anderson is a prominent member of one of the city's top families.
Hello.
Now, if you don't mind...
Oh, I do. I mind. No offense.
How dare you? You are offending grandmother's honored guest.
No, really, I can just find another seat.
Nonsense. I will not have it.
You heard the lady?
Don't push this. Not today.
Trouble in paradise? Yes, well, enjoy your meal.
Thanks. Phoebe Anderson.
Lily Jones Williams.
Good to meet you. I'm sorry, but I have to ask. That is an authentic Dream Lovers, isn't it?
Oh, I'm afraid it's just a very good replica. Oh, at least that's what Jason says.
Trust me, darling, I've been longing for a Dream Lovers on my own for a very long time, and that is the real deal. But that would mean that Bradley...
Oh, my friend gave this to me as a gift.
Well, then you're just gonna have to give me his number so I can find out how he procured one. They're quite rare, after all. She can do better than that. You can call him. Right now.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, that'd be great. What's this?
I just picked up a little gift. You know the Windsor Hotel is famous for its wines. This is one of their most expensive bottles.
Well, how much was it?
A gentleman never tells.
How much?
About $5,000 a bottle.
Where is all this money coming from?
Hey!
Hello? Really?
I was sorry to hear about you losing your job.
Yeah, I've seen better days.
Yeah, listen, I'm calling about the Dream Lovers necklace you sent me.
What are you doing?
I'm serving wine to my family and your guest.
I get it. You're trying to show me up.
Yes, I love it. Well, a friend of mine wanted to see if she could get one of her own, and I was wondering if you could tell me how you were able to...
Wait, you're calling me because you want another fake necklace? Seriously?
Fake?
After your husband broke the last one. More, come on.
I'm very sorry about that.
It cost me $100,000. All right, I lost my job. I don't have anything left.
Waiter, how about a bottle of that for every person here? My treat.
Are you, sure about that, Jason? I mean, it's a lot of people here, and this is a very expensive bottle of wine.
If you can afford them, anyone can.
Wait, so you're saying you didn't send me a Dream Lovers necklace? A real one?
Of course not. Do you have any idea how hard those are to find? I mean, who gets that kind of money they can just pull out of thin air? All right, good luck.
As a matter of fact, get 2 bottles for every person here. We're celebrating.
Lily didn't know what to believe. Was Kevin really the person responsible for the Dream Lovers necklace? How could he possibly afford it?
Just as Kevin was thinking about giving Lily a beautiful ring one of these days, Grandma Jones stood up and walked to the stage. Quiet, please. Lily, please tell everyone about the secret of your successful negotiation with Williams Media. How did you do it? Actually, it was nothing at all. When I went over that day, I didn't get to see the president of Williams Media. It was his secretary who brought me the contract and asked me to sign it. Everyone was astonished to hear this. Grandma, when I went to Williams Media, maybe the new CEO was just in a bad mood. That's why he had his assistant chase me out. This time when Lily went there, he must have realized how sincere our family was about working with them. JJ is right. Lily, you earned the contract with Williams Media pretty easily. Obviously, half of the credit goes to him. Lily felt very uneasy. She and Dorothy looked at each other, and her mother could only lightly pat her hand under the table. Today it's my treat. Eat and drink all that you want. I'm paying. Waiter, go and get a bottle of your best wine for every table. When the banquet was coming to an end, Jason was unable to stand upright. His eyes were blurry as he called for the waiter to come over. Use my card to pay the bill. However, that table isn't included. The table he pointed at was the one where Kevin was sitting. Kevin smiled and didn't say anything. Jason pulled his hand away with a look of contempt in his eyes, but at that moment, the waiter walked quickly over to him. Mr. Jones, I'm very sorry. The limit on this card isn't high enough to pay for tonight's bill. Are you kidding me? This card has a $100,000 limit, and you're telling me it's not enough for tonight's meal? I'm sorry, but I forgot to tell you. Mr. Jones, you've spent over $110,000 tonight. $110,000? What were they eating? Gold? You're a thief. Get your manager here right now. Kevin watched the whole scene without saying a word, and finally he couldn't help laughing. When the hotel manager arrived at his table, Jason stepped up to him angrily and asked loudly, This is how you do business? I'm going to file a complaint with the State Liquor Control Commission. I have friends downtown. Mr. Jones, you said that I should serve you our best wine. That's what I did. Because you needed 20 bottles for the entire room, we gave you our best price. You actually saved almost $18,000. Jason reached out to grab the hotel manager's lapels. Just then, an extremely calm voice came from the entrance of the banquet hall. What seems to be the problem here? As soon as Grandma Jones saw the man in the Armani suit, she quickly stood up and walked up to him. Mr. Cook, I'm very sorry about this misunderstanding. My grandson sometimes drinks a little too much and makes bad decisions. Mitchell Cook wasn't just the owner of the Whistler Hotel. He was also well known as one of the most influential men in Chicago. Definitely a big shot you didn't want to mess with. Mr. Cook, don't worry, we'll get you the money right away. We can't let JJ pay all the expenses tonight. Each of you should contribute $5,000. The rest of the money will be paid by JJ and me. Lily, why are you looking so upset? Don't tell me you can't even come up with $5,000. We have $5,000. The moment Mitchell Cook heard Kevin's voice, his expression changed dramatically. May I ask who you are? Mr. Cook, please don't be angry. This man isn't even a true member of our family. He married into it. If you don't like him, do whatever you want. Just don't take it out on the rest of us. Kevin stood up, turned around, and looked calmly at Mr. Cook. Long time no see. It's really you. I can't believe it. How are you doing, boss? I'm not your boss anymore, Mr. Cook. Just call me Kevin. To give you some background, when he was a teenager, Kevin saved Mitchell Cook's life. Cook had been set up by some of these thugs and they'd beaten him half to death. If Kevin hadn't shown up by chance, Cook would have died. And he wouldn't currently be the owner of the Whistler Hotel. It was Kevin who provided him with almost $100,000 to get his business off the ground. If you could just ask the waiter to add my table's bill to the $5,000, I can give you my card to pay. Your money's no good here. Put your card away. Kevin stared at him for a moment and opened his mouth to speak. How about if I give you a discount? A 50% discount. Mr. Cook, I didn't know that you're friends with our Kevin. Since we're paying this bill together, may we have a discount too? Didn't that guy just say that Kevin has nothing to do with your family? Grandma Jones's face froze. Kevin took a look at the bill. After the discount, it was about $2,500. Ha! I'd like to see how you could even pay that much. He took his wallet out of his pocket, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to the hotel manager. The hotel manager slid the card into his portable reader. Lily stared nervously at the hotel manager, afraid that Kevin's card would be rejected for lack of funds. All right, Mr. Williams, the transaction went through. Here's your card. How was this possible? Everyone was confused. Where did you get so much money from? Don't worry, Lily. I have something I need to do later. You and Dorothy can go home first. Kevin got a ride with Cook, but he didn't go straight home. You've done an amazing job. I never imagined you were the owner of the Whistler Hotel. By the way, where are you taking me? Do you remember Adriana Wright? I just told her about meeting you in my hotel and she was really happy about it. We talked it over and decided to surprise you. Kevin met Adriana when he lost his briefcase in a wine store. She was working in the shop and noticed that he'd left it behind. Kevin found out that Adriana wanted to start her own business, so he formed a partnership with her. He also fronted her $100,000 just like he'd done for Cook. After all, she had chased him for 3 blocks to return his briefcase. In just a few short years, she actually built the West Chicago International Group. After a few more minutes of driving, Kevin and Cook stopped at an enormous office complex in the west suburbs. Mr. Cook, the president is waiting for you on the 3rd floor. Okay, Kevin, wait down here for a while. We'll go and get a surprise ready for you. Adriana's Chicago headquarters was very large. The 1st floor was mainly used to display the latest products. Kevin spent a lot of time looking around. Hey, I thought it was Kevin. Kevin turned his head to look. The woman in front of him, wearing a tight denim skirt that hugged her curves, was Lily's friend Rachel. Kevin, you came here by yourself? The things in West Chicago International Group aren't cheap. If you don't have enough money, you should get out fast. By the way, it seems you still haven't called me boss since we made the bet the other day. I don't know what kind of scuzzy deals you made to get that money. A balding man with a slight paunch walked over and spoke to Rachel. Honey, what's wrong? Who is this? Hubby, this guy is Lily's husband. He was being very rude to me and wanted me to call him boss. Rachel's husband was named Cody Hunter. Cody grabbed Kevin's collar and was about to punch him. Rachel watched with pleasure. Stop it! Cody stepped back and unclenched his fists, raising his open hands in the air like he was surrendering. He looked at Cook, who was running toward him like lightning, followed by Adriana, who was right behind him. Cody was stunned. Mr. Cook, and President Wright, what a nice, surprise. I was just trying to scare him. You see, Mr. Cook, I just got promoted. I'm Cody Hunter, the new manager of the entire region. I'll get someone to kick him out right now. Regional manager, is it? Adriana, I think you know what to do. I order you to go to the personnel office tomorrow and turn in your resignation. Kevin, it's wonderful to finally see you again. Come along with me. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave together, Cody and Rachel came to their senses and ran to catch up with them. Kevin, boss, this was all my fault. Can you convince President Wright not to fire him? That isn't a bad apology. Couldn't you let him go back to his old job for a while? If he learns how to be a decent person, he can go up for promotion again. Adriana naturally followed his line of thinking. Rachel hurried over and gave Kevin a hug. Adriana, Kevin, and Cook headed to the Chartreuse Mill, the largest bar in Chicago. The three of them had just sat down when two men with extremely excited expressions on their faces pushed open the door and walked in. Kevin! Gilbert! Emo! Come in here, you guys! Gilbert Rhodes and Emo Squire were comrades in arms. They had served together in the Special Forces, and after they retired, they became Kevin's personal bodyguards and martial arts instructors. Gilbert's mother had cancer back then, and Kevin gave him over $100,000 to help with expenses for her medical care and comfort. A while after that, Gilbert and Emo wanted to move on, so Kevin gave them money to help them out. They owed their success to him. It's really been too long, Gilbert. I can't believe this is your bar. You've done pretty well for yourself. So, Emo, what are you up to? Are you working together? Emo's doing very well. He runs a bodyguard company. After they talked and laughed for a while, Adriana stood up and left the room. A few minutes later, she came back with a gift box in her hand. Kevin, we got you this gift almost a year and a half ago. We're so glad that we can finally give it to you in person. Taking the box from Adriana's hand, Kevin looked at his four friends and slowly opened the box. As he looked inside, his eyes were glued to the beautiful antique signet ring in the box. It had an ancient aura, and he couldn't take his eyes off of it. I'm glad to have found you again, my friends. Thank you so much. Let's have a toast. They stayed up and chatted well into the night. Because it was so late and they were in no shape to drive home, Gilbert arranged for them to sleep in the Chartreuse Mills VIP suite. And when he woke up the next morning, Kevin didn't head home. Instead, he went straight to his office at Williams Media. After resting on the sofa in his office for a while, Kevin began wondering if he should send a message to Lily. Just then, his phone rang. Kevin saw that it was his mother-in-law, Dorothy. Hello, Mom. I understand. You haven't seen each other in a long time, so you must have had a lot to talk about. By the way, didn't I ask you to bring your parents here for a physical? It just so happens that I have nothing to do for the next couple of days. How about tomorrow? When he heard her bring the subject up again, Kevin frowned. He really didn't want his parents involved in all of this. How about this? After I bring my parents here tomorrow, I'll pick up you and Lily to go and get another checkup to see what the problem is. Dorothy was unhappy to hear this and was about to object, but Kevin didn't give her a chance. Then it's decided. Let's go and get the physical together, all of us. But I have to hang up now, Mom. I still have something to do. Talk to you later. After Kevin hung up, he put down his phone and was about to rest for a while when someone knocked on his office door. Miss Wilson walked in wearing a light blue professional suit and shoes. Sir, Jason from the Jones family is here. He wants to sign the packaging contract for Brittany's debut with us. What do you think we should do? He's here pretty early. Don't worry about him right now. Please contact the Jones family directly. Let them know that, since they've ignored my previous instructions, our agreement with them will be voided if they send him here again. If they want to continue to work with us, then they must ensure that all corporate matters will be handled by Lily and Lily alone. Otherwise, we have nothing to talk about. In the old Jones family mansion, the key players of the family were sitting in the living room trying to figure out how to handle all of this. We need to make a long-term plan. After all, if they want to cancel our agreement, we won't have a chance in court. If that happens, we'll be the ones to suffer. Grandma Jones was absolutely right. Williams Media was far more powerful than they were. The Jones family had to give in, so Jason's cousin Matilda Jones was chosen to replace Jason. They all wanted her to take Lily's place and go to Williams Media the next day. While this was going on, Kevin spent half a day at his office and then rode home on the new electric scooter that Miss Wilson had bought for him. Damn it! Dorothy groaned. Seeing that Kevin hadn't responded to her, Dorothy kicked off her dress shoes and stomped across the room to sit down next to Lily. Lily gave her a puzzled look. What's wrong? You look like you're mad at someone. Kevin told me that he wanted to do a checkup along with everyone else. What did he mean by that? Does he think the problem is with me? Mom, can you not rush things? I have so much going on right now. How could I possibly think about having a baby in the middle of this train wreck? You're still not in a hurry? You've been married for over 2 years. The in vitro's already failed 3 or 4 times and you're not in a hurry? Let's not talk about this right now. After eating and then cleaning up, Lily lay down on the bed. Kevin, who was doing some stretches on the floor, turned on his side and used his hand to support his head while he stared at her beautiful side profile. Lily, if Grandma Jones calls you tomorrow and she asks you to talk about the deal with Williams Media, don't agree with her right away. Just let her wait. Kevin didn't worry about Lily's impatient tone. After saying that, he went to bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day after Lily left for work, Kevin headed over to his office at Williams Media. Miss Wilson knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. President, the Jones family has sent someone over to discuss their arrangement with us. It's a woman named Matilda Jones. Please ask her to leave. When Matilda returned to Grandma Jones, her grandmother was really pissed off at the news, but she reluctantly agreed that it was time to call Lily. Sorry, Grandma, since you already handed this over to Jason, I feel that it's not right for you to make a sudden change in the middle of negotiations. Lily hung up the phone abruptly. Dorothy looked at her daughter in disbelief. On the other side of town, Kevin arrived at the Whistler Hotel and was happy to see that Cook already had a table full of food waiting for him. Kevin smiled as Cook opened the silver lid and took out a small velvet box. He was acting very mysterious. Cook quietly put the box in front of Kevin. I prepared this especially for you. It's a valuable item that I've kept for almost 4 years now. Kevin finished lunch, he checked in with his office, but they didn't have any work lined up for him, so he headed home. When he got there, he took a shower and put on some more casual clothes. Then he pulled Cook's gift out of his pocket. In the middle of the velvet box was a pill the size of a small marble. He placed it in his mouth and reached for a glass of water to help him swallow it. Before Kevin could drink the water, the pill seemed to melt in his mouth, and then it flowed down his throat. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then his whole body felt like ice. It reminded him of that time one of his friends had convinced him to jump into Lake Michigan with his polar bear club one cold winter day. Then his eyes rolled up in his head, and he fainted. When Kevin opened his eyes again, it was almost dusk. What's that horrible smell? The funk was almost enough to knock him out again. Kevin got up off the floor and discovered that the smell seemed to come from his own body. His entire body was covered with some sticky yellow liquid. Kevin sprinted to the bathroom to take a shower. He gave the house a quick cleaning and sprayed the air with an entire can of freshener. It seemed impossible to get the stink out of the room, especially the spot where he'd fainted. I can't believe someone told Mitch that this would help me. So far, it's given me an intense pain in my gut, knocked me out, and made me smell like an outhouse on a hot July day. Are there any more fun side effects? Kevin kept muttering to himself as he cleaned the room furiously. Just as he finished, Lily and Dorothy came home. She gave Kevin a subtle tug on his sleeve in motion for him to go to the bedroom with her. It's Grandma Jones's birthday the day after tomorrow, so you have 2 days to try and find something nice, and nothing cheap or tacky. Please don't embarrass me in front of my family again. When Lily told him this, Kevin remembered that he and Grandma Jones shared the same birthday. But usually everybody spends so much time fawning over Grandma that they forgot about him, so he wasn't much in the mood to celebrate. He nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I'll remember it, and I'll find her something nice. Thanks, Lily replied. Grandma Jones's birthday bash was held at Chez Robin, one of the finest restaurants in Chicago. Lily sat next to her mother and saved a seat for her husband. For the past 2 days, she'd asked Kevin over and over what he planned to get for her grandmother, but he insisted that he wanted to keep it a secret. When Kevin finally arrived, Lily saw that he was holding a simple gift bag like you find in a drugstore. This sure ticked her off. When Kevin sat down at the table, Dorothy frowned and stared at the gift bag he was holding. You could have at least had it wrapped. I hope the gift you picked out is presentable. I didn't have time to wrap it, but the wrapping isn't important. It's what's in the bag that counts. He started to lean toward Lily, offering the bag to show what was inside, but she put her hand out and stopped him. She wasn't interested in finding out right now. I don't want to know. Later, when everyone is giving Grandma her presents, you can take advantage of the confusion and just stuff it into the pile so we're not embarrassed in front of my family. Again. All right, he said. Whatever you say. Everyone had already started to give their gifts to Grandma Jones, who was seated on the dais at the front of the room. They were all secretly competing with each other to see who would give the most valuable or rare gift to Grandma Jones. So far, the best presents were the beautiful diamond brooch that Matilda gave Grandma, as well as the antique Victorian bust that Jason had presented to her. Just then, someone walked up to Grandma Jones and announced, "Grandma, Bradley Smith is here." "Happy birthday, Grandma Jones. I wish you health, wealth, and happiness. I'm sorry that I'm a little late. The Dan Ryan Expressway was backed up with the construction traffic. Please forgive me." Grandma Jones knew that Bradley had always been interested in Lily. If only she had been able to match them up a few years ago. But instead she had married that failure Kevin. "Oh, I understand. I know you have a busy schedule. It's very considerate of you to come to my party. Actually, I'm not just here for your birthday. There's something else. Grandma Jones, I want to ask your blessing to marry Lily." "Bradley, you do realize that Lily is married. Doesn't that bother you?" "Grandma, I'd like to ask Lily to be my wife. You know I've always seen you as my very own Grandma. Please say yes." The whole time he was saying this, Bradley was acting like Kevin wasn't even there. Finally, Kevin had had enough of this. He stood up from his chair and yelled, "Stop! What the hell is wrong with you?" Kevin had lost it. Now it was Jason's turn to stick his nose in things. "Who do you think you are? You have no right to speak here. You're not a member of the family." "I may not be much, but I'm better than you Kevin spat back. "I'll kick your ass, loser." Everyone was upset to see this, but nobody made a move to stop Jason. They were all expecting to see Kevin get beaten up. But Kevin stood his ground very calmly. "What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and leave." Jason threw the first punch, but Kevin stepped to the side to avoid it and caught his fist. "So, you're going to get violent, are you?" Then Kevin twisted Jason's wrist with a move that his friend Emo had shown him back when he was his family bodyguard. Everyone there heard a sharp pop, and Jason let out a loud moan. "Why have you always been such a to me?" Jason felt like one of his ribs might be broken. He sat on the floor yelling in pain as he held his wrist. Just then, Dorothy walked up to Kevin and slapped him in the face. "How dare you ruin Grandma's birthday?" Dorothy was furious. "After all that we've done for you, this is how you repay us? Get out, now!" By now, Jason was slowly standing up with a little help. "Oh, he's not getting off so easy. You're a dead man." Jason pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and made a call. But Kevin wasn't paying any attention to Jason. He was staring blankly at Dorothy. His penetrating stare made her uneasy. He finally spoke. "Lily and I have been married for 2 years. Things have been hard while I tried to get back on my feet, but I thought we still had a pretty good relationship." He began to smile before he continued. "Maybe it's my fault that everyone here looks down on you and Lily. Maybe I deserve that slap. I don't know. But from now on, we're even." Kevin clenched his fist tightly. "From now on, I'll have nothing to do with this family. I've had enough of this. If you want me to come back, you'll have to make Grandma Jones get down on one knee and beg me." Grandma Jones's birthday party had just been completely ruined by the fight between Jason and Kevin. Unfortunately for Jason, Kevin kicked his butt in the fight, so Jason called up a friend to help, who showed up pretty quickly with a few of his toughest bodyguards. "Drake, thanks for getting here so fast. Drake, this is the I told you about." One of the Joneses recognized Jason's friend. "Drake? That's one of the toughest crime lords in the city." Lily heard this and got scared for Kevin's safety. "Kevin, run!" Before she got 2 steps, Bradley stopped her. "Lily, what are you doing? Drake's a very dangerous man." The first time they met, Drake almost beat Jason to death in a sparring match at the gym. Ever since then, Jason tried his best to make friends with the man. "So you're the one who hurt my friend. So are you his friend or just his guard dog? This guy obviously hasn't heard that you just don't mess around with Drake Cook. Let me teach him a lesson for you. Your last name is Cook?" Kevin slowly took his phone out of his pocket. "Do you happen to know Mitch Cook?" Drake's face froze when he heard this question. "It's me, Mitch. I'm here with a mutual acquaintance." Drake hesitated a moment and took the phone. While he talked, his expression changed from anger to confusion to worry. "Are you sorry now?" "Yes, Mr. Williams, I'm very sorry." Of course, Kevin had just called his friend Mitch to set Drake straight. The message he gave him was short and sweet. If he touched a hair on Kevin's head, he would lose his own head. Seeing that Drake still wasn't giving Kevin a beating, Jason couldn't hold back any longer. He decided to take another swing at Kevin. But before his fist even made contact with Kevin's face, Drake grabbed Jason and threw him to the ground. "What kind of mess have you gotten me into?" Drake kept cursing while he slapped Jason over and over. Then he turned to the men who had come with him and gave them an order. "See if you can knock a little sense into him." They immediately surrounded Jason and started dragging him towards the side exit. When Kevin was gone, Drake let out a long breath and told his men to stop slapping Jason around. Then he took his men and left. The Joneses slowly walked over and surrounded Jason. "Jason, are you all right?" Suddenly, one of her other grandsons rushed into the room. "Grandma, Mr. Cook is pulling up outside." The Joneses were surprised. Grandma Jones is really important. Even someone as powerful as Mitchell Cook has come to see her on her birthday. "Miss Jones, may I ask if Kevin is here?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Cook. Kevin has already left." "Oh, well, since Kevin isn't here, I won't take much of your time. I understand that today is your birthday. Please accept this small gift." Cook snapped his fingers and one of his bodyguards walked up and placed the gift on the table. When the Jones family arrived home after the disastrous birthday party, one of the young Jones men announced from the doorway, "Grandma, President Wright of West Chicago International has arrived." "Hello, Mrs. Jones." About a dozen bodyguards followed Adriana as she strode into the Jones family mansion. Adriana searched the room with her eyes. "Mrs. Jones, is Kevin here today?" "I'm sorry, President Wright. Kevin isn't here at the moment." "Since Kevin isn't here, I won't take up any more of your time." Adriana motioned for one of her bodyguards to place a beautifully wrapped gift box on the table. "This is a small token of my esteem. Happy birthday." After saying this, Adriana turned around and left with her entourage. Jason's face fell, and he wasn't the only one in the room who looked shocked. "Someone go get Kevin and bring him back here." Lily reacted first and immediately rushed out of the room. Bradley followed closely behind her. As she walked, she dialed Kevin's number. He answered after a couple of rings and she asked excitedly, "Where are you?" "I'm on my way home. Don't worry, Lily. I'll go and pack my things. I'll be gone by the time you get home." "No, please wait for me. I'm on my way." When Bradley saw her getting into a taxi, he hurried to the parking lot and jumped in his car. Half an hour later, Lily arrived at home. When she got out of the cab, she was surprised to see Bradley running towards her. Bradley grabbed Lily's wrist and asked her, "Lily, what are you doing here? Come back with me. Grandma is about to make an announcement to everyone about our marriage. I'm not going with you." "Are you here to see Kevin? But he's out of your life now. And Grandma has agreed to let me marry you. Don't you see? Now you can be my wife. Let the go." Bradley was desperate. His only way into the Jones family was through Lily. After that, he planned on taking advantage of Grandma Jones's love for him. Then he could use the Jones family fortune to help him make a comeback. "Bradley, I've been married to him for 3 years. Do you think I could have spent that much time with him if I didn't have some feelings for him?" It was hard for Lily to admit it even to herself, but she did have feelings for Kevin. While they were struggling like this, a black car slammed on its brakes and stopped at the side of the road. Dorothy quickly got out. Bradley looked in Dorothy's eyes and then turned to Lily. "It's still very hot outside. Why don't you and Lily get in the car and cool off? Then you can talk some sense into her." Bradley grinned as he got into the driver's seat and locked the doors. What Dorothy and Lily didn't know was that Bradley had put child locks on the car door. They wouldn't be able to leave. The black car slowly drove away. Kevin, who had been watching from the window, saw everything. An hour later, Bradley parked outside of an ominous house and brought a rope over to tie both Dorothy and Lily up before bringing them inside. "You really ought to save your strength. Even if you scream until you're hoarse, no one will hear you." "What? Didn't you buy the Dream Lover necklace for me?" "Ha! Lily, you're not that special. I was just toying with you. Bradley's face turned bright red and his mouth twisted. I had adored you for so long. Today I can finally get what I wanted. Suddenly, the door burst open with a violent kick. Bradley, you'll never get away with this. What can a useless piece of crap like you do to someone like me? Do you really think I came alone? Kevin asked. Right then, they heard sirens out in the street. Kevin, you actually called the freaking police? You're damn right. If you release Lily now, you might get a lighter sentence. No way, you're lying. As long as I have hostages, the police can't do a thing. Bradley, if you want a hostage, let them go and take me. Lily was floored when she heard Kevin say that. Her eyes filled with tears. Kevin, no. Get out of here while you can. Lily, what are you saying? If he wants to be Bradley's hostage, let him. Meanwhile, the police outside had already told the Jones family what was happening. Grandma Jones showed up with the older members of the family. Officer Emmett, how is the situation now? There is a man named Kevin Williams currently speaking with the kidnapper, identified as one Bradley Smith. Officer Emmett, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Bradley is a fine young man. I can't believe he would do such a thing. Suddenly, another officer ran up to Officer Emmett. Ma'am, the sniper in position on the roof across the street radioed in that Mr. Williams seems to be discussing something with the kidnapper. It appears that they are discussing a hostage exchange. Dorothy and Lily are very important to us, but Mr. Williams is different. He has been pretty useless to us for the past few years. If he can get Lily and Dorothy back, then let him do it. Officer Emmett clearly thought that this was a terrible idea. No matter what she thought of Kevin, he was still a human life, and it was the police's duty to protect him. Meanwhile, in the house, Bradley was deep in thought. Bradley, what are you waiting for? I'm your only chance to get out of this. A second later, Bradley pointed his knife at Kevin. You want to be a hero and save this damsel in distress? Okay, you get your wish. Put your hands over your head and slowly walk over here. Not so fast. We'll count to 3. When we get to 3, I'll walk over to you and you'll let Lily and her mom go. At the count of 3, Kevin slowly walked over. As he brushed past Lily, he whispered, Lily, don't be afraid. You're safe now. Don't wait for me. When Lily heard him, she trembled. As she walked towards the door, she turned her head and saw Bradley grab Kevin and put the knife to his neck. Dorothy grabbed Lily's wrist and pulled her out of the room. Little Dorothy! Lily, are you all right? But Grandma, Kevin is still inside. We're ready to leave now. Isn't that person inside a member of your family? No, we have nothing to do with him. But Kevin didn't care what Bradley thought, or even what the Joneses thought. Aren't you curious why Williams Media suddenly pulled its support? They even withdrew all the funds that were invested in your project. How did you know that? Did someone at Williams Media tell you that you'd offended someone? I'll bet you don't even know who it was. How the hell would you know? Meanwhile, out in the street, a police officer suddenly ran up to Officer Emmett. Ma'am, for some unknown reason, the kidnapper suddenly knelt down in front of the hostage. What did you say? She quickly walked to the vantage point across the street from the house. She definitely saw Bradley kneeling in front of Kevin. Then Bradley threw his knife on the floor. Please, sir, I beg you to let me go. This was all my fault. All right, you can go outside and surrender. After you get out of prison, if I never see your face again, then I won't press charges. Emmett walked up to Kevin and asked, Are you hurt, sir? Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. If there's nothing more, I think I'd like to leave. Suddenly, a line of limousines pulled up along the curb. Cook quickly got out of the lead car and gave Kevin a warm handshake and a pat on the shoulder. Kevin, I've been looking for you for hours. Are you all right? Let's get out of here and I'll tell you all about it. A little while later, Cook was in his office at the Whistler Hotel. Drake was standing contritely in front of Kevin. What do you have to say for yourself, Drake? I had no idea who you were, Mr. Williams, but I do now. Please let me go. I'll do anything you want to make it up to you. Sure. I'll let you go, but I'll just ask for one thing in return. You are going to keep an eye on Jason Jones for me from now on. Drake was grateful, but Kevin didn't say anything more to him. He didn't even bother to look at him. A couple of days later, Kevin went to a real estate agent down by the Loop in downtown Chicago. "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" A staff member asked as she walked up to greet him. I'm looking for a condo." "I'm sorry, sir. We're really on a break right now. Our lowest offering is $300,000. If there's nothing else we can do for you, please show yourself out." The agent had already made up her mind that Kevin was probably working on the construction site down the street. He just came in to look around and enjoy the air conditioning. At that moment, two people walked up. Kevin was startled to see them, and it showed on his face. "Kevin, what are you doing here?" The man with Lily suddenly blurted out.
Lily, what did you just say? This is Kevin? That useless ex-husband of yours?
This was Grant Butcher, the perfect son-in-law Dorothy had just found for Lily. "Why, Mr. Butcher, what brings you in today?"
"How can you let someone like this in here? He's smelling up the place. Aunt Dorothy told me that she would let Lily divorce you as soon as possible. So from now on, please don't interfere in her life. I'll take good care of her."
Garrett turned around and asked the agent,
"What did he say to you?"
"He said he wanted to buy a condo," she answered.
"Buy a condo?" Garrett laughed. "I hate to tell you this, but we sell high-end real estate here. Do you think you'd even qualify for a mortgage?"
"Well, I don't think that's really up to you. Are you in charge here?"
"I'm the manager."
"Why, Lily, what are you doing here?"
"Lily, who's this?"
Garrett asked. "This is my best friend, Rachel."
"I'm Lily's boyfriend. Aunt Dorothy introduced us to each other. Since we'll be married soon, I guess I'll be your brother-in-law from now on."
"Who do you think you are? You don't deserve someone as nice as Lily. And my only brother-in-law is Kevin. Who the hell are you? Lily, how can you even be with a schmuck like this?"
"Lily, your friend seems to have already made up her mind about me. What have I done wrong?"
By then, Kevin had finished his call and walked back over to them. He stared intently at Garrett.
"What are you still standing here for? This isn't a grocery store. Not everyone can just walk in here off the street."
"Well, what if I want to buy one of your properties?"
"Wow. Aunt Dorothy said you're worthless, but you sure are good at bragging. This is the Corwin Tower. The penthouse is available for anyone who can afford the price tag. $8 million. Can you afford it?"
"Who said I can't afford it?" He just took out a black card from his wallet and looked at the rude agent who had greeted him when he walked in. Then he walked over and handed it to a different agent. Just then, Garrett's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he quickly stepped away and answered the call. "Is the transaction complete?" "Yes, sir." Garrett finished his call and walked back to them.
"You still haven't left? If you can buy the Corwin Tower penthouse, I will personally kiss your..."
"But Mr. Butcher, this gentleman has already bought the Corwin Tower penthouse," Lisa told him.
"What did you say?"
"Will that be the left cheek or the right?"
"How dare you talk to me like this? I'm not afraid of you. I work for the Williams Corporation."
Just then, everyone turned to see a distinguished-looking middle-aged man rush through the front door and race up to Garrett saying,
"You are no longer an employee of the Williams Corporation. Please turn in your access badge." "Director Turner, what are you doing here? It's a good thing I came down here. I wouldn't know how you treat our customers."
Turner knew that Kevin liked to keep a low profile. When he noticed that his CEO was giving him a look that said, "Don't tell them who I am." On the way over to the office, Turner had gotten a call from Miss Wilson, Kevin's chief of staff. She explained the situation and also sent the video surveillance from the office's security system, and he watched it on his phone. It was damning evidence.
"Director Turner, please, you can't fire me. Vice President Ambrose is my uncle. Let me call him." "Sir, I hate to trouble you, but could you please come with me to the office? The Vice President is a reasonable man. As long as you explain to him what happened, I think he'll understand the situation."
Kevin looked over at Lily and then walked towards the elevator with Turner and Garrett. "Rachel, do you think something will happen to Kevin?" "Don't worry, Kevin will be fine." The elevator stopped on the 14th floor where Garrett's office was located.
"Director Turner, I advise you to leave before my uncle arrives." "Garrett, do you really think your uncle can save you this time?" "I sure do. My uncle is the vice president of the company. He can easily fire you. A few minutes later, the office door opened forcefully. In a deep, arrogant voice, Garrett's uncle Ambrose snarled, "Mark Turner, how dare you fire one of my employees? Uncle Ed, thanks for getting here so fast." As Ambrose listened to his nephew's story, his eyes fell on Kevin. "So this horrible situation is all your fault? Who do you think you are?" Turner could only shake his head. Since Ambrose was already here, it meant the whole thing was out of his hands. "There's no quarrel between us, Mr. Turner, wouldn't you agree?" "Mr. Ambrose, I've seen the surveillance footage from the showroom. It proves that this whole mess is entirely Garrett's fault. If you let me show it to you, you'll see that the company has no choice." "Turner, this is none of your business. To tell you the truth, I've never liked you. You know what? You can apologize too. Are you sure you want to continue to let him do whatever he wants?" Garrett came up to Kevin from behind and grabbed his shoulder. "Didn't you hear what I said?" In a flash, Kevin turned around and defended himself by pushing Garrett away. Garrett, in a daze, rubbed his chin and moaned, "How dare you hit me? You'll pay for this. Remember, the Butcher family didn't get its reputation for taking crap from people like you. Why don't you go downstairs and ask all the witnesses who's going too far?" "It's quite simple. You're going to apologize to Mr. Butcher, then you're going to give him an additional $75,000 to compensate him for all the trouble you've caused." Turner opened his mouth to complain, but Ambrose slapped him on the cheek before he could say anything. "You have no voice here. You are no longer a Williams employee. If you don't leave now, I'll call security and have you thrown out." "Uncle, finish him off!" Garrett shouted angrily. Then he took out his phone and made a call. "Mr. Foster, where are you? Someone else is threatening to beat me up. Hurry up and bring some of your men to my office." Garrett made a fist and started to take a swing at Kevin. But before he could even hit him, Kevin gave him a hard slap in the face. Garrett staggered and fell back into his chair. Kevin was surprised at how hard he had hit Garrett. He was only going to give him a slap to bring him back to his senses, but he was feeling a lot stronger than usual. Ambrose pulled out his phone and made another call to Foster. "Where are you? Get up to Garrett's office right away." At that moment, the office door opened. A very professional-looking woman walked in, followed by a group of executives in suits. "Sir, I'm sorry I'm late," Miss Wilson said as she gave Kevin a very sincere handshake. "Miss Wilson, what did you just call him?" "Mr. Ambrose, this is the new chairman of the Williams Group." When Ambrose saw Kevin staring at him like that, he became furious with his nephew for putting him in this position. He turned around and slapped him right in the face. "Look at all the trouble you've caused. Do you still want the CEO to apologize to you? Sir, my nephew has made a serious error in judgment. His behavior is inexcusable. Please, let me handle this." Edward Ambrose is demoted but will continue to work in the company. His original position will be taken over by Mark Turner. Garrett Butcher is terminated. After giving her these instructions, Kevin left the office without even looking back. When he got to the first floor, Lily and Rachel were still waiting for him. Lily immediately walked up to him. "Are you all right?" This was the first time he could remember Lily showing so much concern for him. "Where have you been for the past 2 days?" "I found a job," he explained. "The salary is pretty good and it also provides food and lodging. Don't you plan to come home?" Glancing at the caller ID, she saw that it was from her company. Lily said a few words and hung up. "I'm sorry, but I have to go now. There's something I need to take care of at work. Take good care of yourself." "Hi, Kevin. When are you coming back? I'll be waiting for you at home." Lily hung up the phone with a smile. Dorothy looked at Lily, who was sitting on the sofa combing her hair, and said, "Why are you letting that guy come back? Didn't he abandon you? I went to a lot of trouble to introduce you to Garrett Butcher. How did that go?" "Don't ask me again. I'm not going to divorce Kevin." Dorothy continued her tirade. "Let me ask you this. During the 3 years you and Kevin were married, were you ever happy?" Dorothy's complaining was interrupted by the sound of an engine out in the street. Lily looked at the sports car parked in front of the house. She wasn't sure what to make of it. "That's my boss's car. Because I'm taking the day off, he lent it to me." She just glared at Kevin and went into her room. "So, we're not getting a divorce?" "That depends on how things go," Lily said very calmly.
Kevin didn't say anything else. No matter what decision Lily ended up making, he would respect her wishes. Dorothy walked in and saw Kevin cleaning like everything was back to normal. She angrily took out her phone and dialed Garrett's number. Aunt Dorothy, what do you want? Garrett, did you have a nice date with Lily? How are you guys getting along? Aunt Dorothy, I think Lily and Kevin are a match made in heaven. I don't want to come between them. Dorothy angrily threw her phone onto the bed. She really didn't understand what was going on with Garrett. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door. Hi, Aunt Dorothy. She opened the door and Rachel walked in. When Lily walked downstairs, she sat down on the sofa next to Rachel and started chatting with her. Dorothy shouted upstairs again, Kevin, what are you doing? Come down here. When Rachel heard this, her smile turned into a look of surprise. She gulped and asked Lily, Is Kevin home? Ever since Rachel found out who Kevin really was, she didn't dare to come over and visit Lily. Just as Rachel was about to find an excuse to head home, she saw Kevin walking slowly down the stairs. When he saw Rachel, he gave her a slight smile. Oh, don't leave so soon. Why don't you stay a little longer? I really have something to take care of, so I've got to run. You don't need to pay for a ride, Dorothy said. Kevin's got his boss's car today. He can drive you home. She grabbed her purse, said goodbye to Lily and Dorothy, and headed out the door with Kevin. While he was waiting for a traffic light, he heard a voice in the car next to him. Isn't that Kevin? So you're driving a fancy sports car now? Kevin looked over and saw that it was Jason. I see you found a lovely rich woman to support you. And who is this pretty lady? Because Jason was making so much noise, the pedestrians who were waiting to cross the street heard everything. This was pretty frustrating for Kevin, and he started to lose his temper. But Rachel, who had been sitting calmly in the front passenger seat, got even more angry than Kevin. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud slap. You actually hit me? Do you know who I am? So what? What are you gonna do about it? The bystanders who were anxiously waiting for the light to change spoke quietly to each other. You don't have to take me home. I don't want to waste your time. I'll go a few blocks west and catch a ride. Don't worry about me. Rachel reached in, took her purse off the front seat, and crossed the street. As long as he was downtown, Kevin decided to head to his office and wait for traffic to clear. He sat down at his desk and sent Lily a text saying that he wouldn't be home that night. Just then, Miss Wilson walked into the office with 2 small boxes. Mr. Williams, these were sent over by President Wright at West Chicago International and Mr. Cook from the Whistler Hotel. They said they're a gift for you. Kevin opened the box on his desk and looked inside. Inside it was a red pill, similar to the tan one that Cook had given him a while back. He decided to call his friend to find out what this one would do since the last one had disastrous side effects.
Kevin, didn't I already give you a pill? Cook slowly said. Anyway, I found out from the head researcher that the medical properties of the new pill actually enhance the properties of the first one you took. It should help you a lot.
Kevin hung up the phone and stared at the pill. He thought for a while and decided that his friend wouldn't try to hurt him. So he picked up the pill and swallowed it. Within seconds, Kevin felt like his whole body was engulfed in flames. He closed his eyes and passed out. Half an hour later, when Kevin slowly came to, he couldn't find any change to his body. Kevin's phone rang and startled him back to reality. Who's this? Kevin asked in confusion.
This is Phoebe Anderson. We met at the Whistler Hotel, at the celebration the family threw after getting the Williams contract.
Oh, of course. I remember you now. What can I do for you?
I've been meaning to ask you. At Grandma Jones's birthday party, did you give her an antique tiara?
Yes. Why?
Kevin, the Jones family isn't aware of it, but I peeked in the bag when nobody was looking. I'm sure that it's the legendary golden sunburst tiara. I just want to take a few photos.
Okay, I think we can arrange that.
Really? If you're free now, you can come to our antique store, Anderson Fine Jewelry and Antiques. I'll wait for you here.
An hour later, Kevin arrived at the entrance of the Anderson family store. This was the biggest antique store in all of Chicago, and it contained many priceless treasures. Just as he was entering the door, an employee stopped him.
Excuse me, sir. Are you on the list?
I was invited by Phoebe Anderson.
Wearing those rags? You can't possibly know President Anderson. Get lost.
That's enough. The two security guards looked menacing as they rushed up to Kevin and grabbed his arms. Kevin struggled slightly and the two guards flew 6 feet away, hitting the ground with a thud. Kevin was stunned by this. He looked down at his hands in disbelief. Kevin decided he'd wasted enough time with these stooges. He took out his phone and called Phoebe. "If you're not down at the front door in 2 minutes, I'm out of here." Suddenly, they heard a woman's voice from the entrance. Phoebe practically ran out the door. "Kevin, when did you get here? Why didn't you come inside?" Burroughs and the others immediately snapped to attention when they saw her. "President Anderson." Kevin looked Phoebe in the eyes and explained. Phoebe led him into the store's photography studio. Kevin watched her intently. After taking quite a lot of shots, Phoebe turned off the studio lights and put the camera away. Her senior appraiser rushed into the studio to ask for help with a string of pearls that he was unsure of. "Let's go take a look." When they reached the main showroom, Kevin saw a group starting to form around a young man. On the table in front of him was an old mahogany box. "May I ask your name?" "My name is Sam McKay. This is a family heirloom. It never leaves the house, but we're in desperate need of money." They were strung together with what looked like a pure gold clasp. "Pure gold South Sea pearls? How much do you want to sell them for?" $50,000. Since you're the owner of this establishment, you also know that they're worth far more than that. While everyone was discussing the find, another young man walked in. "My name is Charles Grant. Are those actually golden pearls? How much are you selling them for?" $50,000. "Okay, I'll take them." "Well, lady, you missed your chance." "Mr. McKay, I'll take them. I'll tell you what, I'll give you $75,000 for them." "I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, but they're right. I can't go against my principles. I'm selling them to the young lady." "Then you're the biggest fool in the world. Ma'am, it's your lucky day. These pearls are worth at least $100,000. Just as Mr. Landau was about to ask the man for his information to prepare the check, Kevin walked up to Phoebe. "President Anderson, if you buy these pearls, you're making a huge mistake." "What do you mean?" "It's quite simple. They're fake. Also, your acting skills aren't that great either." I'm exhausted from trying not to laugh. After hearing this, Phoebe looked at Kevin with a puzzled expression. Kevin took the wooden box from Phoebe and opened it. Everyone here is in the antique business. Sure, the size of these pearls is impressive. However, they've been treated to improve their color and luster. Even the clasp is cheap. A large, perfect pearl should roll like a marble. These pearls are perfect. How dare you destroy my family's most precious treasure? You should at least put some effort into your counterfeits. Has anybody fallen for this cheap crap? I'm sure you have some modern equipment in your lab. Go ahead and check them out. She looked at the printout that Mr. Landau had handed her, and you could tell right away she wasn't pleased. McKay turned pale. "Call the police and have him taken to the police station." Grant pointed an accusatory finger at him and yelled, "You're selling fakes? I can't believe I almost fell for it." However, as he turned around to leave, Kevin had already blocked his path. The police lieutenant walked directly to Kevin and asked, "Where are the suspects?" "One is here and the other is over there." Officer Emmett looked disappointed. He reached out and pulled on Grant's skin. Everyone was shocked to see him standing there, holding the man's face in his hand. Well, it was actually a mask, and the nasty face that underneath was pretty frightening. The masks on Grant and McKay's faces were so realistic that nobody noticed anything unusual. But how did Kevin see through the deception? Phoebe let out a disappointed sigh. "I want to invite you to be the chief antique appraiser for Anderson Fine Jewelry and Antiques. You don't have to come to work every day, but if I need your help, I'll expect you to come in. I can give you a salary of $150,000 a year for your effort. Would that be okay? Let me get this straight. I don't need to come into work every day and I'll earn $150,000 a year. Why would I say no to that offer?" Kevin agreed right away. He felt that it was getting late, so he said goodbye to Phoebe and headed back to the office, carrying the tiara in his bag. The next morning, as soon as Kevin arrived at his office, Miss Wilson came in to give him a report on the company's activities. "Mr. Williams, today is the premiere of Brittany Davis's show, the one that the Jones family took the lead on. Do you want to attend?" I won't be able to attend. If I go, it may affect Brittany's performance. If you can set up the live feed, I'll just watch it here at my desk. He was well aware that Brittany's deal had been set up by the Jones family. Moreover, Lily was personally responsible for it. If he appeared in front of his wife, his true identity would certainly be exposed. Then, when Brittany was halfway through her song, there was a problem with her microphone. The crowd began to boo. Kevin slammed his fist on his desk and called Miss Wilson in. "What's going on over there? There are 4 engineers in charge of Brittany's sound equipment backstage. Unfortunately, they've all made a mess of the production. Please call them to my office." A little over a half an hour later, the 4 staff members who had screwed up Brittany's show entered the CEO's office and saw Mitchell Cook sitting in Kevin's office chair smoking a cigar. There were several men in black suits and sunglasses on either side of him. Everyone knew about Cook's reputation throughout Chicago. After about a minute of this staring contest, one of them couldn't take the pressure and he stammered, "As long as you don't hurt me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know." A few minutes later, Cook ended the impromptu meeting and waved them out of the room. Then Cook stood up and smiled, saying, "Kevin, everything is clear to me now." After Cook left, Kevin's phone rang. Dorothy's voice blared in Kevin's earpiece.
Do you have any idea what just happened? Hurry up and meet us at the Jones mansion.
Actually, Dorothy didn't want to see Kevin. It was Grandma Jones who had ordered everyone in the Jones family to come right away. She was furious. "All right, I'll be right there." While waiting at a stoplight, Kevin called Brittany. When Kevin hung up the phone, he'd just arrived at the Jones mansion. Suddenly, Jason stood up and pointed at Lily. He sneered and said, "Lily, it wasn't easy for our family to set up the deal with Williams Media. You screwed everything up. So now it's up to you to tell Grandma how to fix it." "I'm sorry, Grandma." "Grandma, I think Lily did a terrible job. In order to keep something like this from happening again, I suggest you pull her out of all her duties in the company." One of the younger members of the family said, "That's right, Grandma. What Jason said makes sense." Grandma Jones looked around the room and then looked at Lily. She coldly said, "Then it's agreed. From this moment on, you will have no say in the company's affairs." Just as Grandma Jones finished speaking, Kevin stepped forward and declared loudly, "I disagree. Kevin, you really have some nerve. Take a look around. None of us want to hear what you have to say." "I just want Grandma to investigate this matter further. Why would that bother you? Does this have something to do with you?" Jason looked at Kevin awkwardly. Just as he was about to attack Kevin physically, he remembered what had happened at Grandma Jones's birthday party and he lost his nerve. Just as the Joneses were about to leave, they heard a charming voice from the mansion's foyer. "May I ask if Grandma Jones is here?" Grandma Jones recognized Brittany at a glance and her face fell. "Why, Brittany, please don't be angry. The problems at the show were all our fault and it will cost us dearly. Rest assured that I've already taught Lily a lesson. She's been pulled from all our company projects." When Brittany heard this, she turned to look at Lily. Lily could barely make eye contact. "Please don't blame yourself, Lily. I've already looked into this, and it isn't your fault at all." Everyone was stunned to hear this. Brittany turned and shouted towards the door. "You guys can come in now. Tell Grandma Jones everything that happened." They all saw the 4 Williams Media sound engineers walk in slowly, looking incredibly guilty. One of the Williams employees pointed right at Jason and shouted, "It's him! It was Jason Jones who ordered us to do it." "That's right. He gave us $75,000 each to sabotage Brittany's microphone." The third employee finally spoke up and said, "Mr. Jones also said that he would give us each another $75,000 after it was done. I've never seen any of you guys before. We're telling the truth. I still have a record of the bank transfer. I haven't moved a single cent to the money he gave me. I've got proof too." Jason was furious. He stared at them as they stood there holding out their phones. "Jason, are you really responsible for all this?" Jason didn't know what to say to her. After a while, Grandma Jones took a deep breath and looked at Brittany awkwardly. "You'll have to forgive Jason. He's young and foolish. If you want to blame someone, blame me for not teaching him better." "I'm disappointed in you, Jason. As of right now, I forbid you to be involved in our family business. And I also forbid you to leave the property for 1 year. Yes, Grandma. Are you satisfied now? That's all in the past now, but I do have a request. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, Lily will be my contact for any further projects. I don't want to work with anyone else. Just when everyone thought that Brittany had finished, she walked up to Kevin and asked him, Mr. Williams, what do you think of my solution? Very good. With Grandma Jones giving him a very dirty look, Kevin slowly walked out of the mansion. Lily trotted out of the front door right behind him and said, Kevin, wait a second. What's the matter, my love? Lily blushed a little when Kevin called her that. Kevin, tell me honestly, did you already know the truth before you came here? And how do you know Brittany? Why did she call you Mr. Williams? Don't tell me you're jealous. I won't tease you anymore. To tell you the truth, Brittany and I went to school together. If you were classmates, then why did she call you Mr. Williams? And why did she come over and ask if you were okay with her decision? However, before Lily could press the issue any further, Kevin's phone suddenly rang. It must be my boss looking for me. I have to head to work. Take care of yourself. Kevin didn't give Lily a chance to ask any more questions. He just turned around and left. He saw that it was Phoebe calling. Hello, Miss Anderson. Kevin, I really need your help. I'm at the store. I'll be waiting for you at the door when you get here. Kevin waved down a taxi and got to Anderson Antiques in half an hour. As he paid the fare, he felt something in the pit of his stomach. As they walked toward the middle of the room, they could hear at least 10 of the local antique shop owners arguing loudly. I'd bet everything I own. This painting is definitely authentic. Then a third one responded, You don't know what you're talking about. Just look at the frame. There's no way this is genuine. Kevin squeezed through the crowd and saw a man watching all of this with a distraught look on his face. It was Phoebe's father, Truman Anderson. He was examining a landscape painting very attentively. Dad, what do you think? Do you want me to ask another appraiser to take a look? Just then, the man who was trying to sell them the painting asked nervously, Mr. Anderson, can't you see that this is an authentic landscape? We need a decision right away. This certainly looks like a 17th century Dutch landscape. The material looks authentic and I can even see the proper copper and iron pigments. Something's not right. While they were all discussing the painting, Kevin slowly walked up and asked, May I take a look? Aren't you Dorothy Jones's son-in-law? Dad, this is the antique appraiser that I brought in as a consultant. Please be careful. If it turns out to be a forgery, we don't want to owe this man anything for damages, Truman said. Don't worry, sir. The atmosphere in the room changed. Everyone watched patiently to see if Kevin would make a fool of himself. After only half a minute, Kevin's eyes flashed and he stood up straight with an astonished look on his face. How much does he want for it? $200,000. That sounds about right. Can you tell me why this thing is worth $200,000? Have you ever heard of someone named Vermeer? Of course I have. One of the finest Dutch masters. But he only painted 2 landscapes in his lifetime. How could this possibly be a Vermeer? Look closely at the style. The artist's use of light and shadow. There's a distinctive depth to this piece. And the pigments match Vermeer's preferences too. This is a lost Vermeer landscape. I'm certain of it. Truman looked at Kevin in surprise. This time he pulled a magnifying glass out of his suit pocket. Less than a minute later, Truman practically jumped up and down. Mr. Landau, please arrange for this gentleman's payment. Hurry up before the seller changes his mind. Fine, then go ahead and pay me. I still have other things to do today, and I've already wasted a lot of time here. Kevin laughed to himself. The man had no idea what he was giving up for only $200,000. He obviously knew nothing about art, just some guy making a quick buck. So how did someone like that get hold of such a valuable piece of art? Kevin really wanted to find out. Kevin had correctly identified a lost Vermeer landscape in the store, but then he suddenly noticed a few traces of dirt on the painting. Then he recalled that when he bent down to look at the painting, there was a slight moldy scent. Could this painting have been buried somewhere? As soon as he stepped out of the door, he spotted the man who had just sold the painting. Then he tailed him to see where he could be heading. He saw the man go below street level to Wacker Drive. This was in a part of the underground street that was off the beaten path. Greg, did you sell that thing? I sold the painting for $200,000. Easy money. Should we head down to the south side again tonight and see what else we can dig up?
Yeah, Max, good idea.
Kevin, who was hiding in the shadows, heard everything they were saying. He couldn't believe it. Could they be grave robbers? Just then, the head grave robber suddenly looked over to where he was hiding. Who's over there? You guys are really bold. Robbing tombs? Aren't you superstitious? Kevin was stunned to see Officer Emmett. You know you're interrupting a private meeting. Actually, she'd been aware of this group of thieves for a long time. Early this morning, she spotted them near one of the older cemeteries on the south side. She followed them here. She wanted to call for backup, but the cell signal was really crappy down there under the street. You're under arrest. I've recorded your conversation, and thanks for having it out here in public, where I wouldn't need a warrant. If you surrender quietly, I might ask the court to go easy on you. I'll tell you what. Why don't you come with us? Then a few more men came out of the shadows and joined them. Emmett instinctively reached for her hip. But she wasn't in uniform, so her service weapon was locked up safely at the station. Just as Kevin was about to show himself, he saw Officer Emmett knock one of them to the ground with a beautiful sidekick. Put your hands on your heads and kneel on the ground. The man jumped up, pulled out a switchblade, and held it to her throat. Not today, officer. It looks like maybe we're going to be arresting you instead. He motioned for the others to tie her up with their belts. You guys really are scum. Kevin, hurry up and call the police. Shut up, Johnny said as he grabbed her mouth and poured in a bottle of pills. Kevin saw the other thugs starting to move towards him. He ripped through them in seconds, tossing the large men left and right. Who the hell are you? Who am I? I'm an antiques appraiser. After he said this, the man fainted. Officer Emmett looked like she was in shock. Are you all right? Do you think you can stand up? Kevin took the belts and walked over to the unconscious men. He began to search their bodies as he tied them up. He found a pill bottle. Looks like they were tranquilizers. I may have swallowed a couple, but it would still be nice to get an ambulance down here right away. And a couple of squad cars. Kevin nodded and then he took out his phone to call for help. Why are you here? This guy sold a 17th century Dutch landscape to Anderson Antiques. I had my suspicions, so I followed him here. Tell me honestly, who are you really? What I mean is, what school of martial arts are you from? I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. I know what I saw. When you defeated these men, your moves looked spontaneous. But I saw something deeper in your movements. I've studied martial arts for years, and I studied Eastern philosophy in college. You are keeping something from me. Officer Emmett, you stream a lot of kung fu movies in your off time, don't you? Do you still want to play dumb? Didn't you take an oath not to let outsiders see you using your techniques? I have no idea what you're talking about. I used to practice some Taekwondo when I was a kid. Everything I just did was entirely subconscious. Of course I'm talking about developing your inner power. A lot of people spend years working on this. You seem to be tapping into it without even trying. This sounds like a comic book or something. Are you kidding me? Trust me, I'm deadly serious. There's a lot going on that the average person doesn't know about. And there are some very powerful people who have decided to put their energy into developing businesses, believe it or not. They've become wealthy entrepreneurs, and some of them have very powerful families. Even with all her training, the few pills that she'd taken were starting to make her sleepy. They heard sirens approaching. Looks like the cavalry's here. Wait, take me home. Can you please do this for me? Kevin nodded and waited for the officers to arrive. Officer Emmett mustered enough strength to give them their orders so they could take the men to the station for processing. Kevin managed to get Officer Emmett home safely. I'm really curious. How did you get your strength? If you haven't gotten it through any special training, did you have any help from someone? Help? He thought of the 2 pills Cook had given him. They were supposed to help him restore his strength. Maybe they did something more, and he quickly took out his phone and called his friend. Mitch, I want to know what was in those pills you gave me.
One of them was supposed to help boost your energy levels, and the other was supposed to help you with your focus. Why are you suddenly asking me about this? Are you having a problem because of the pills?
No, don't worry. I'm fine. Just curious. His eyes fell on the top shelf of her bookcase. There were a lot of martial arts books, guides to natural health, but there were also a couple of old books with tattered spines. Kevin walked over and took them down. The first one he opened was a very old translation of an ancient book on training your ki, your inner power. He was surprised to find that it talked a lot about what Officer Emmett had been saying about training your internal energy. It was a quick read, maybe because of his recent improvement in his focus. Kevin put that book aside and flipped open another one. It talked about the yin and yang, negative and positive energy, and harmony, as well as some ways to make natural medications. When Officer Emmett woke up and saw that Kevin was still there, she immediately jumped up from her chair. "Why haven't you left yet? I've got something here and I hope it can help you," Kevin said as he slowly took a reddish-brown pill from his pocket.
Hi, Kevin here. If you are wondering what happens next, then download the Pocket FM app and listen to the exciting episodes of Insta Empire now with the link in the description.
Dude, you're rich! If he could just find himself again, be the man that I knew him to be, the man that I know he can be.
No! Oops.
What the hell, Kev?
It's a fake.
So how much do you need?
Not a whole lot. Only around $8 billion.
$8 billion?
How much?
About $5,000 a bottle.
Where is all this money coming from?
As they all watched enviously, Iris happily opened the package. When she pulled out the gift, everyone immediately gasped in surprise. Inside the box was a lustrous green emerald bracelet. This bracelet is beautiful. I hope it didn't cost you too much. Not much, Mom, just about $30,000. Vito, you're more than a son-in-law to me. You're a wonderful young man and a welcome addition to our family. After Iris said this, she gave Dorothy a haughty look. Kevin suddenly put down his coffee and got up to leave the room. Dorothy, why did your son-in-law just leave? Could it be that his tiny little company doesn't allow him to take a day off? A few of the other women heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Just as some of them were thinking of leaving, Kevin came back with a red gift bag in his hand. Before they entered the cafe earlier, he'd already expected something like this would happen. So he texted Adriana and asked her to buy something special for him to present to his mother-in-law. "Mom, Lily and I have been married for a long time now, and I've never given you anything decent. This gathering seems like a nice place to present you with something to show you how much you mean to me."
How did you find that so quickly, Kevin? Did you just grab it from one of the shops down the street?
The room grew silent as she opened the velvet box to reveal a sparkling diamond necklace. "Do you like it, Mom?" But Dorothy's friend still didn't believe that it was a genuine diamond necklace. How could someone like Kevin afford to buy something so expensive? Just then, one of Dorothy's classmates walked over to her and asked,
"May I take a look at your necklace? I just studied jewelry appraisal in college, and I'd be happy to give you my opinion."
A few minutes later, the woman raised her head and then gave Kevin a puzzled look. "In my opinion, these diamonds are all real. Judging from the color and size of them, they're all top quality. This necklace has a value of at least $200,000. Her friends were envious and started commenting on how lucky she and Lily were to have Kevin in their family. One of them even invited them to visit them at their home. Lily and Kevin left soon after and drove back to Corwin Tower. "I'm very curious to know what kind of friend would give you a necklace that's worth over $200,000. "Oh, it's just a friend who borrowed some money from me a while back." Lily could tell that Kevin was hiding something, but she didn't want to start an argument. She just shook her head silently. When they returned home, Kevin went to the study and pulled out the box that Dominic gave him and looked at the special blend of supplements. Then he opened one of the books that Officer Emmett had let him borrow and flipped through it. After carefully mixing everything and drinking the entire glass, Kevin sat down on the living room couch. He didn't feel any different at first, but about a half an hour later, he let out a long breath and felt a surge of energy. The next morning, Lily got a call from her family. They were having another meeting. She went down to the lobby and took a taxi to the Jones mansion. "Now that the KWTD Corporation has invested $300 million to help us get through this crisis, we only have 40% of our company's shares left. Do any of you have some ideas about what we should do next?"
My suggestion is to forget about the 60% that we've lost. Let's sell off 10% of the shares we have left. We can use that as seed money to start a new company. Who would be willing to buy any of our shares? I have a friend who definitely has enough money to buy 10% of our shares. Grandma, have you ever heard of Lucas Merriweather? Suddenly, the entire room filled with chatter. Everyone was surprised that Jason knew him personally. After all, he had dozens of martial arts schools, not just in Chicago, but across the country. All right, Jason, call Mr. Merriweather right away. Jason nodded, took out his phone, and called his friend. Jason put his phone on speaker mode. Hello, Mr. Merriweather. The Jones family is planning to sell some shares. We'd rather sell them to you than to some strangers. So I'm wondering if you're interested. Why don't we find a place to meet face to face? I'm in Chicago right now. That's great, Lucas. Have your driver take you to the Jones mansion. About a half an hour later, 2 long limos pulled up at the mansion's entrance. As the tall, powerful man walked into the reception room, followed by his assistants, Jason quickly brought Grandma Jones to welcome them. Next, Jason gave Merriweather a detailed explanation of his plan and how he hoped to get his support for it. I'm willing to pay $150 million for 10% of the Jones Company shares. This announcement shocked all of them, including Grandma Jones. Grandma had been expecting Merriweather to offer half that amount at most. But I do have one condition. Jason has told me about a cousin of his who is young and very beautiful. So, Mrs. Jones, I hope you will give me your blessing to marry your granddaughter. Mr. Merriweather, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm already married. Perhaps you'll consider one of my other granddaughters. She can always get a divorce, can't she? You have no choice but to sell me your shares. Do you think there's anyone else in all of Chicago who'd be willing to pay $150 million for your useless shares? If $150 million isn't enough, I'll make it $225 million. We don't know each other, but I could learn to love you. When he finished speaking, Merriweather grabbed Lily by the wrist. Mr. Merriweather, please let go. Let go of my daughter right now. Everyone else joined in and demanded that Merriweather let Lily go. This was outrageous behavior. Grandma, we can't let the entire family be ruined just to save Lily's reputation. Just as Merriweather was leaning down to kiss her, a powerful hand grabbed his neck from behind. This made him furious. He let go of Lily, and as he turned around, get away from my wife. This is none of your damn business. Lily's mine now. The anger flashed in Kevin's eyes as he grabbed Merriweather's arm and pulled him away from Lily. Then he threw the big man 10 feet away. The onlookers were shocked to see Kevin's show of strength, but they knew that Merriweather was a highly trained fighter. Kevin was definitely in trouble now. Kevin and Merriweather were fighting right in the main reception room of the Jones mansion. Although Kevin had taught Jason a lesson at Grandma Jones's birthday party, Lily doubted that her husband could beat Merriweather. Lily shouted as she ran to grab her phone and call the police. This is an emergency. Come to the Jones family mansion right away. There's a terrible fight. While Kevin was holding his fist, Merriweather turned and gave him a powerful kick to the head. Kevin calmly reached out his left hand and grabbed Merriweather by the ankle. When he squeezed his hands together, Merriweather screamed in agony. Then Kevin grabbed Merriweather's hands and feet and threw him onto the ground with a dull thud. Everyone there, including Merriweather's bodyguards, were stunned. Before Merriweather could get up from the floor, Kevin put his foot on the man's chest, pinning him down. So what were you saying about my wife, you arrogant... I apologize. Not to me, to Lily. I'll do it. Just stop hitting me. Kevin turned the big man to face Lily. Lily, Mrs. Williams, I'm sorry. I should never have done this. Please forgive me. A few minutes later, they all heard sirens approaching the mansion. Officer Emmett walked in, followed by several backup officers. What's this all about? Officer, please help me. She turned to the other officers and asked them to have 2 more cars sent over. She looked at the Jones family standing in a big circle, then pointed at the men sitting on the floor and added, Take these guys back to the station for questioning. After Officer Emmett finished giving these instructions, she turned to Kevin and Lily and said, Please follow me. Kevin turned to Lily and said, Go home and rest up. I'll be back soon. Then he and Officer Emmett left the Jones mansion.
Kevin sat down in the front seat of Officer Emmett's cruiser. She put it into gear and drove through the gate toward the city. After about 10 minutes, Kevin asked her, "Aren't we going to the police station?" "Actually, I already know what kind of guy Merriweather is. I can find out all I need to know from the Jones family." "That pill I made actually helped you, didn't it?" "I really didn't expect it to have such a great effect on me. A few hours after you left, I started to feel fantastic," Officer Emmett said enthusiastically. "If you have one left over, may I have it?" "The supplement has already done its work. Why would you want another one?" "I have a very good friend who needs some help," she explained. "I'm not sure I can help. However, there may be a way for me to help your friend." "How?" "Do you know Dominic Archer?" "You mean you want me to pay for it?" Kevin slowly nodded his head. "As long as your friend is willing to pay, I can do it," Kevin said calmly. "Don't worry, money isn't a problem. My friend is pretty well off." "How do you know Dominic Archer? And how much did he pay for your pill?" "How did I meet him? I'd rather not talk about it. But he didn't pay much, just $500,000. Of course, Kevin knew very well that Officer Emmett's friend would never be able to afford to pay that much. "Let's go to the police station for a statement." "Officer Emmett, I consider us to be friends. In the short time I've known you, we faced a lot together, even fought side by side. I'll just give you the pill." "Really?" Then he took a small bottle out of his pocket and poured the pill out into his hand. "Thank you." Then she quickly took out her phone and called her friend. "Hello? Where are you right now? I've got the pill," Officer Emmett said as she hung up the phone. "My friend is having breakfast at the Whistler Hotel. We're almost there, so let's head over to meet him." When they arrived at the Whistler Hotel, they took the elevator up to a private room on the 3rd floor. As he opened the door, Kevin noticed that there were 5 or 6 couples in the room. A well-dressed man walked up and stood next to Officer Emmett. "I'd like you to meet my fiancée, Kelly Emmett. Today we have another surprise. Mrs. Blair just brought me a miraculous herbal pill." "Sherwin, how many times have I told you we aren't married yet, so it's too soon for anyone to call me Mrs. Blair." Just then, one of them looked at Kevin and asked abruptly, "Isn't this the guy who married into the Jones family? What's he doing here?" "Can you even afford to eat here? You probably should have stayed at home." "Shut up, Sherwin. Kevin was kind enough to bring you the herbal remedy I was telling you about." Everyone in the room was shocked when they heard that. They really didn't expect Blair's girlfriend to defend Kevin. How could someone like him have any knowledge or skill to make an effective herbal remedy? Before Officer Emmett could respond, Kevin spoke up. "Because Officer Emmett and I are friends, I was going to give you a good price, but now I've decided to increase it by 30%. "So what? The only reason Kelly has made any progress is her training and her healthy diet. It has nothing to do with that stupid pill of yours." "Okay, since her progress had nothing to do with me, then I guess I'll leave." "Stop! Who said you could leave without asking for permission?" "Enough! Sherwin, you're hurting my feelings." Just then, the door opened from the outside. 5 or 6 waiters came in carrying enormous trays. They were used to scenes like this and started serving the meal like nothing was wrong. Then she turned to Kevin and said apologetically, "I know this didn't get off to a great start, but can you please stay for the meal? As a favor to me? I'll definitely make sure Sherwin apologizes to you later." "All right, I'll stay." Kevin nodded slightly as he tossed the herbal pill to Officer Emmett. She turned to Blair and said, "Just trust me, okay? Take this." Blair didn't want to risk making her angry again, so he took the pill and swallowed it. "Kevin, at Kelly's request, you're our guest today. The Jones family is on the verge of bankruptcy, so as a favor to Kelly, I can instruct our company to hire you on as a building custodian. Starting salary would be, let's say, $1,500 a month. How about it?" Officer Emmett was embarrassed. She suddenly felt guilty that she'd brought Kevin along. "So, you're Sherwin Blair. Hardly anyone has heard of you. So this is how you respond to my generous offer? You really are a lowlife." "Look who's calling me a lowlife. You should take a good look in the mirror," Kevin replied spitefully. Blair threw his wine glass on the floor. Shards of glass went everywhere. The door was flung open and Drake hurried into the room, followed by a few of his bodyguards. "What's going on here?" One of the people whispered to the others. "This is Drake. He's the head of security here." "Hello, sir." "Sir, I'm Sherwin Blair. Perhaps you've heard of me. He's the one who broke the wine glass. He was also very rude to my girlfriend. Please, show him the exit for me." "Drake, are you really sure you want to do that?" As everyone watched in amazement, Drake offered his hand and apologized. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Williams. This is all my fault. I didn't recognize you right away, sir." "That's okay, Drake. How could you have known it was me?" "Mr. Williams, I had no idea that you were eating here today. Unfortunately, we're not prepared for you. Would you like me to set up one of the upstairs rooms for you?" Blair and his guests couldn't believe their ears. Only the most influential people in Chicago were invited upstairs. "Not today. Thanks. I'm going to take a stroll." "Okay, Mr. Williams. If you need anything, just let me know." Drake gestured for his men to follow him out of the room. Officer Emmett sped out of the room and ran after Kevin. "Kevin, where are you going?" "I'm going home. I'm really sorry for all this. Let me give you a ride." "Okay." Kevin and Officer Emmett had just gotten to the parking lot when Blair ran over to them. "Kelly, what are you doing?" He figured Drake had been so nice to him because he was related to Grandma Jones. Just then, a long black car with tinted windows screeched to a stop in front of them. The door opened and someone fired what must have been tranquilizer darts at them. The three of them woke up, one after another, in what looked like the basement of an industrial building. "Let me go!" A second later, a man punched Blair in the stomach. He collapsed to the floor, writhing in pain. "Who do you people think you are?" "I'm a lieutenant at the 30th District Station." "We know who you are, Officer Emmett. That's why you're here. You captured dozens of my men lately. The day before yesterday, you were looking everywhere for me." "Xavier Marshall from the Alliance? What do you want from me?" "Officer Emmett, you have very handsome companions." "Marshall, let them go. I was the one who gave the order for your men to be arrested. It's my responsibility, not theirs." She knew very well what kind of dangerous organization the Alliance was. Her department had been trying to stop them for years. "She's right. I'll pay $5 million for Officer Emmett's life and my own." Then Marshall turned around and looked at Kevin. "Tell me, how much money would you pay in exchange for your life? You may be interested in my ring." Kevin showed him the ring he had taken from Dominic Archer. Kevin had a feeling that there was something special about the ring, but he didn't know exactly what it was. "Where did you get this ring from?" "It's always been mine." When Marshall heard this, he looked like he'd been slapped in the face. "Take him to the next room. I want to interrogate him properly." Then he turned around and left the cell. Two strong men escorted Kevin to the next room. When they got to the other room, Marshall asked the two men to leave. As soon as they were alone, Marshall apologized to Kevin and repeated, "I had no idea you were the Night King." When Kevin heard this, he was puzzled. He had no idea who or what the Night King was. But now that he saw Marshall treating him like his superior, Kevin figured he could take advantage of the situation to get out of the place. "If this guy thinks I'm the Night King, I guess I should act the part," Kevin thought to himself. "Well, I can't fault you for your ignorance," Kevin said to him coldly. "Thank you for not punishing me for my behavior," Marshall groveled. Then he cautiously asked, "What's brought you to Chicago?" "Nobody contacted me to make preparations for your arrival." "Do I need to inform you in advance where I want to go?" Kevin said with a sour expression on his face. Then he added coldly, "Just do your job and leave the rest to me." "Yes, sir," Marshall replied timidly. What Kevin didn't know yet was that nobody in the Alliance knew exactly where the Night King was. Marshall had obviously never met him, but when he saw Kevin, he figured he was too young to be in such a powerful position in the organization. That's why he'd been caught by surprise when he saw Kevin wearing the ring. Kevin casually sat down on a chair and asked him, "You just said that Officer Emmett caught a lot of your gang. How could that happen?" "It's true. She was able to infiltrate our organization." "That doesn't interest me," Kevin impatiently interrupted Marshall. "As long as we haven't been completely exposed in this town, You can handle the rest yourself." "I understand, sir," Marshall said very obediently. Kevin suddenly felt hungry. All he'd managed to have for breakfast was half a cup of coffee at Blair's fancy breakfast. "I haven't eaten anything today," Kevin said awkwardly, but he didn't finish his sentence. "Well, you're a busy man. I'm sure it's hard to find the time. I'll get someone to make something for you right away," Marshall answered very agreeably. Kevin nodded indifferently and Marshall left the room. Once Marshall was gone, Kevin took a look around the room. From the layout, he guessed that this was probably his private office. As he scanned the room, Kevin saw a black box. "What's this?" Kevin slowly walked over to the box and studied it carefully. The door of the room was still closed, so he forced the box open. Inside, there was a small vial of powder and a book on how to prepare advanced herbal remedies. Kevin picked up the book and flipped through it. Then his eye caught a recipe for a powerful hallucinogenic powder that looked a lot like the one in the vial. Based on the description, it seemed to be some kind of herbal weapon. "What the hell is going on here?" he thought to himself. "Everybody seems to be into obscure herbal ingredients. First Cook, then Officer Emmett and Dominic, now this guy." Kevin heard a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door. He didn't have any time to think, so he stuffed the book and the powder under his shirt. Then he quickly closed the box and returned to his seat. When Marshall returned, Kevin clearly noticed that he'd glanced at the box. Was it fear that Kevin saw in the man's eyes? "You seem nervous." Kevin provoked him a little. "I was afraid I was neglecting you, so I rushed back," Marshall explained. Then he turned to the door and said, "Hurry up and bring the food and wine." Before Marshall finished speaking, 3 men came in with trays of sandwiches and fruit, along with a few bottles of wine. They placed it all on the table and hurried out of the room. "I'm very sorry, sir, but since I didn't know you were in Chicago, I didn't make any preparations. This is the best we could come up with on short notice," Marshall said apologetically. "I don't mind," Kevin said as he slowly picked up a sandwich. He looked at Marshall and said, "Have you eaten yet? Would you like to sit down and join me?" Kevin hadn't been threatening at all, but Marshall looked a little skittish. He quickly excused himself, saying, "I couldn't impose. Please, enjoy your meal. I'll be waiting outside the door if you need anything." Then Marshall rushed out of the room. Kevin finished off the meal pretty quickly. Then he opened one of the bottles of wine and poured some of the powder into it. "Is there anyone out there?" Kevin called towards the door. Marshall immediately pushed the door open and entered. He asked politely, "Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" "I'd like to reward your men for their diligence," Kevin said as he casually offered the bottle of wine. Marshall took the bottle and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer. However, we only drink to celebrate." "Are you telling me that my arrival here isn't something worth celebrating?" Kevin asked gravely. Marshall was happy to hear this. He knew very well that Kevin was trying to find an excuse for his men to be able to have a drink. "We're very proud to have you with us, sir," Marshall answered in the most flattering tone he could muster. "Then what are you standing there for? Don't you want your men to have this?" Kevin said with a satisfied smile. "I'll give it to them right away," Marshall said gratefully as he headed out the door. Kevin was starting to feel like his plan might work. Once these people drank enough wine, he could try to save Officer Emmett. But he still had some doubts. He'd gotten his ring from Dominic Archer. Whoever wore it obviously wielded a lot of power. But what was the relationship between Dominic and the Alliance? And what the hell was he doing with the ring? But he'd have to figure that out later. Right now, Kevin's top priority was to get out of this place. Unfortunately, a single bottle of wine wouldn't be enough to get everyone here drunk, even with some of the powder in it. So Kevin poured more of the hallucinogen into the rest of the bottles of wine. He mixed them well and called again. "Come back in." 2 of Marshall's men immediately walked in. One of them asked him very politely, "What orders do you have, sir?" "No orders, but I see that you've got it pretty tough here. So why don't the 2 of you take this wine and share it with the rest of the gang?" Kevin said generously. They were overjoyed that he was being so kind to them, especially considering his rank in the Alliance. They took the bottles and gave him a big grin. "Thank you, sir." "Bottoms up," Kevin said as he gestured to them to leave the room. After the two of them left, Kevin walked over to the room where Officer Emmett and Blair were being held. As he approached, the guards greeted him politely. Kevin gave a slight nod and instructed them. "Go and have a drink and a bite to eat with your buddies. I can watch these guys for a while." "Thank you, sir," they said excitedly as they headed over to join their comrades. What Kevin didn't know yet was that he'd gotten the whole gang worked up. There hadn't been anything to celebrate lately, so they hadn't had any alcohol in weeks. After they left, Officer Emmett was baffled. "Kevin, what the hell is going on? Why are they calling you sir?" "I'm not sure. They probably think I'm some big shot," Kevin said with a shrug. "It has to be a mistake. How could a lowlife like you be anyone of importance? They've obviously confused you with someone else," Blair sneered. Kevin looked at Blair and saw just how much he'd gotten worked over. His nose and cheek were swollen and there was still dried blood around his mouth. To add insult to injury, he was shackled to a pipe in the corner of the cell. Officer Emmett ignored Blair's insults. Instead, she turned her attention to Kevin and told him, "Since that's the case, you should find a way out of here. Then you can get some help and come back for us." "Just be a little patient," Kevin said with a smile. Officer Emmett was confused by his mellow attitude. A few seconds later, outside the room, there was a heavy thud. Then there was another one, along with the sound of breaking glass. "I drunk their wine," Kevin said with a smile. "Maybe you're not so useless after all," Blair said excitedly. "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and let us out." Kevin ignored Blair and walked over to Officer Emmett, who was still tied to her chair. Kevin untied her and helped her stand up. "I don't know exactly how long they'll be knocked out. We need to leave as soon as possible," Kevin said as he opened the cell door to let Officer Emmett out. "Can't you see that I'm still tied up?" Blair shouted. "And keep your filthy hands off of Kelly." "Blair, didn't you just agree to pay $6 million to save your own life?" Kevin asked with a sardonic grin. "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" Blair complained. "If you two leave me here alone, they won't care about my $6 million. I'm finished." "I haven't seen any sign that you're all that smart," Kevin replied. "Just stop talking and let me out," Blair sobbed. Officer Emmett sighed and said, "Kevin, please just let him out." "But Blair is so rich and powerful. How could he let a lowlife like me help him? He wouldn't live it down at the country club," Kevin retorted. "Stop being a hypocrite. If they hadn't mistaken you for someone else, you'd be dead right now," Blair roared. "Did you hear that? Officer Emmett, Blair definitely doesn't want me to save him," Kevin said calmly. He wasn't worried at all. From what he saw in the book, they should be knocked out for hours. Officer Emmett sighed again. "Kevin, I know Blair is far from perfect, and I apologize for his behavior, but please let him out anyway, okay?" "Apologize? It's up to him to apologize, not you," Kevin answered firmly. "Kevin, you want me to apologize to you? Dream on," Blair grumbled. "Kelly, don't waste your breath on him. He's not worth it." "Can you please stop arguing?" Officer Emmett said impatiently. "Don't you know who Marshall is? If we leave you here, you'll be dead by morning." Blair was stunned to hear her say this. He knew she wasn't exaggerating. Kevin didn't want to waste any more time. "I'm not worried. Blair can afford to pay his way out." "Kevin, I'm begging you. Let Blair out," Officer Emmett pleaded. But after all of Blair's cruel insults, she wasn't very confident that Kevin would listen to her. He was under no obligation to save her fiancé. "Okay, I'll do it for you, not him," Kevin finally gave in. "But there's just one condition. You have to say please." "Kevin, you're just being a bully." Kevin raised an eyebrow when he heard this. He laughed mockingly and said, "Well, you certainly should know bullying when you see it. That's all you've done since I met you." "Stop arguing." Officer Emmett looked Kevin in the eye and said, "Please." Kevin couldn't say no to her. He smiled smugly and said to Blair, I'm doing this for Officer Emmett, not for you." Then he walked over to Blair to take a look at his shackles. "Be careful how you speak to me or you'll regret it," Blair growled. "All right, let's see how you do when those guys all wake up," Kevin told Blair as he turned around and started walking away. "Please don't leave me here. I was wrong. Help me, please," Blair whined. He suddenly realized how close he was to facing Marshall and the others on his own. Kevin shook his head in disbelief. He reached down and grabbed the shackle. With a powerful twist, he broke the lock. Then the three of them left the room. The Alliance's Chicago stronghold was a vast network of tunnels. It must have taken them 2 hours to find their way out and get back into the city. On top of everything, Kevin had to swing by the Jones mansion on the way home so he could pick up his car. When Kevin returned to his penthouse at Corwin Tower, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning and Lily was still sleeping. Kevin went into the study and opened the book he'd taken from the marshal's office, Alliance Advanced Herbal Manufacturing. As he flipped through it, he found scores of fascinating recipes for all sorts of uses, from healing to self-improvement to what you would call weaponized herbs, like the powder that he just used on Marshall's guards. Then Kevin's eyes were drawn to a sentence that was printed boldly in red. "These are the ultimate herbal manufacturing techniques of the Alliance. Anyone other than the Alliance's supreme leader who uses these methods without permission will be punished severely." I wonder if Marshall stole this book from the Alliance, Kevin thought to himself. But he didn't care about that now. After all, if these recipes were only for the use of the Alliance's supreme leader, they had to be pretty effective. He kept reading until the sun rose over Lake Michigan. Somehow, even after the exhausting day that he just spent, he wasn't really tired. In fact, he felt refreshed. Finally, when he heard Lily getting up in the other room, he put the book away and went out into the hall. Lily was walking out of the bedroom and saw Kevin leaving the study. She yawned and asked him, "With all these bedrooms, why would you sleep in the study?" "Well, when I got back last night, I went into the study to do some reading. I guess I must have fallen asleep," Kevin replied with a disarming smile. "That's nice," Lily said happily. "Hey, Grandma just had someone give me a call. She said she has something she wants to discuss with everyone. Everybody in the family has to drop what they're doing and get to the mansion by 10:30. "Okay, I'll take you over there." He went to clean up and change his clothes. Luckily, Kevin had gone back to the Jones mansion last night and driven his car back to Corwin Tower. Otherwise, they'd ask too many questions if he showed up today with another one. As they were driving out to the mansion, Kevin couldn't help asking Lily, "Didn't we just hold a family meeting yesterday?" "After you left with Officer Emmett yesterday, we were told that Meriwether would be held for arraignment. So his deal with the family ended up falling through," Lily explained unemotionally. After her family's cold-hearted reaction to Meriwether's attack on her yesterday, Lily had pretty much given up on them. Kevin was sure that nothing good would come of this meeting, so he sent a quick message to Tyler while he was waiting at a red light. When they reached the mansion, Kevin walked with Lily up to the front door. "You'd better not go in," she whispered to him. "If I don't go in, they'll blame you for everything," Kevin said as he took Lily's hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm used to being insulted. It helps that I don't give a damn what they think." Lily was touched when she heard this. She understood exactly what Kevin meant. Then she remembered how Kevin didn't hesitate to stand up and fight with Meriwether for her yesterday. This gave her a warm feeling inside. As Kevin and Lily entered the hall, Jason jumped up and shouted, "Kevin, you've got some nerve coming here. If it wasn't for you, we'd have been able to sell our shares." The rest of the family started insulting him, saying that Lily would be better off with Meriwether than with Kevin. Then they defended Meriwether, saying it was just his nature to be aggressive. Jason jeered at Kevin and said, "If I were you, I'd divorce Lily right now. Think of her future. Mr. Meriwether would treat her well, better than you can." He snapped back. "Meriwether? Didn't you just see him sitting on the floor in the middle of this room, waiting for the police to take him away? Kevin looked Jason in the eyes and added, "Don't you know when you're betting on the wrong horse?" Jason clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to teach Kevin a lesson. But then he thought about how badly Kevin had beaten Meriwether yesterday and how quickly he had done it. He unclenched his fists and sat back down. Kevin didn't pay any more attention to Jason. Instead, he looked around the room at the rest of the family. Then he said to them all sternly, "I just want to ask you one question. If I went and found a gangster to flirt with your wife or daughter right in front of you, would you laugh and cheer?" This meant nothing to them, and they went back to defending Meriwether and saying how much better off they'd all be if Lily married him. This gave Jason the courage to speak up again. "Because of you and your husband, we couldn't sell any of our shares yesterday. Lily, tell me what to do." Jason took a breath and added, "Do this for the family." "Family?" she yelled. "Yesterday I was being assaulted right in this room, and none of you lifted a finger to help me." Grandma Jones slammed her fist on the table. "Enough," she said coldly. "Lily, you'd be better off with Mr. Meriwether. I thought about it all night and I've come to a decision. After Mr. Meriwether is released from jail, you will divorce Kevin. Then I'll make arrangements for you to marry our new business partner." "Grandma, no," Lily said insistently. "I'll never divorce Kevin." "Whether you agree or not isn't up to you. The two of you will divorce today," Grandma Jones declared. "This is for the future of the Jones family. It's not negotiable." As Grandma Jones finished speaking, the blood drained from Lily's face. But the rest of the family was smiling broadly. They figured that, as long as Lily married Meriwether, they'd be able to sell their shares and start their new company. As for whether Lily would be happy or not, they weren't concerned at all. While they were rejoicing, Kevin suddenly laughed out loud. "This really is a joke." "Why are you laughing?" Grandma Jones asked him angrily. "Why am I laughing? It's because you're not only short-sighted, but you're also fools. You've been deceived and you also want to sacrifice my wife for this great chance for a comeback." Kevin continued to mock them. "You're willing to sell one of your own just for money. You don't know anything about familial love. That's why I'm laughing." "What are you talking about?" Grandma Jones said as she stood up from her chair. "Who are you to criticize us?" "You've lost control of your business, and now you're trying to give my wife to Meriwether in exchange for money to fund your next disaster." Kevin's expression slowly became serious. "You're quite the leader." "Get out of here! Someone toss him out the door right now!" Grandma Jones yelled. "I'd like to see you try," Kevin said calmly, without a hint of fear in his voice. Who would dare to lay a hand on him after seeing him toss Meriwether around like a doll in this very room? Nobody said a word. Lily saw that the situation was getting out of control and she was very worried. She tugged at Kevin's sleeve and said, "Please don't say anything else. Grandma's already very angry." "Don't worry, Lily. These people will come crawling back to you," Kevin said gently to Lily. The Joneses heard this and started to whisper to each other. What did he mean by that? Why would they beg Lily for anything? Grandma Jones looked at Kevin and Lily and realized that they loved each other. Before she could say anything, though, the family butler called from the foyer. "Mrs. Jones, the CEO of KWTD Corporation, Mr. Tyler Dawn, is here to see you." She motioned for her senior advisors to join her and walked quickly to the door to greet Tyler. "I'm sorry to disturb you again," Tyler said as he walked into the reception room with his assistants. He had a big, broad smile on his face. "To what do we owe the pleasure?" Grandma Jones asked graciously. "I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll get straight to the point. May I ask if Lily is here today? I'm actually here to speak with her." Before Grandma Jones could answer, Tyler had already found Lily in the crowd. He walked up to her quickly. "I'm Tyler Dawn. Very pleased to finally meet you, my friend," he smiled and said. "It's true what they say. You are quite beautiful." When Tyler said this, nobody understood what was going on. Why was he being so friendly to Lily? But they weren't ready for what he said next. "My dear friend, I have to leave town for some urgent business, so I've decided to transfer my shares in the Jones family company to you, along with the earnings from the import-export company. It will all be placed in your name and your name only." Then Tyler gestured for one of his assistants to hand a document to Lily for her to sign. For the first time today, nobody knew what to say. Grandma and the rest of the family were stunned for a moment. Then their faces lit up as it sank in that they could get everything back again. If Tyler Dawn transferred his shares to Lily, wouldn't that be the same as returning all the shares to the Jones family? Not only that, but they'd picked up an international trade company to boot. This was a great day for the Jones family. But Tyler had more to say. "My friend, there is one thing I must make clear to you first. These shares are worth $300 million. I only transfer them to you because I trust you. That's the only reason I did this." "Don't worry, I won't let you down," Lily said nervously. "But, Mr. Dawn, there's one thing I don't understand. Why do you keep calling me friend? This is the first time we've met." "Of course it's because you're Mr. Williams' wife," Tyler said candidly. "Mr. Williams, if you'd told me that Lily was your wife, I'd have transferred all the shares to her the last time I came here." "What? If you'd taken a break from your business now and then and stopped by to visit, you'd have met her sooner." "I stand corrected." Just then, one of Tyler's assistants walked over and whispered something in his ear. Tyler's demeanor got more serious. "Kevin, I was hoping to have dinner with you, but I need to deal with an urgent matter in New York. Unfortunately, I have to run." "Okay. Have a safe trip," Kevin replied as he shook his hand. Then Tyler headed out the door. It took a long time for the Jones family to finally come back to their senses. They looked at Kevin in shock and awe. How could he be such good friends with Tyler Dawn? Lily took a deep breath and asked Kevin hesitantly, "You know Tyler Dawn?" "Yes, we're pretty good friends." Then he added, "Lily, now that this issue with the shares has been taken care of, I have to go and run some errands that my boss gave me." Jason could barely look at Lily. No one would have thought that 60% of the family shares would end up in Lily's hands. This controlling share in the company actually made her more important than Grandma Jones. Grandma Jones looked at Lily with a worried expression and had no idea what to say. Just then, Lily's phone vibrated. It was a text from Kevin with a simple message. He told her to hang on tight to the shares and not transfer them to anyone, no matter what. But Lily really didn't need Kevin's reminder. After what happened over the past 2 days, she wasn't particularly fond of the Jones family, relatives or not. Kevin had just returned to his office at Williams Media when he got a phone call. "Yes, I'm Kevin. May I ask who this is?" Kevin asked in confusion. After all, not many people knew his personal phone number. "Hello, Mr. Williams. My name is Philip Quinn. Dominic Archer gave me your number," the man said seriously. Kevin knew right away what the man wanted. "Would you like to purchase one of my herbal pills?" "Yes, Mr. Williams. Dominic said that your pill worked miracles for him. So go ahead and name your price. I promise not to bargain with you." "You won't bargain with me?" Kevin was surprised and thought to himself, "It sounds like I've found someone else with deep pockets." Then a smile appeared on Kevin's face. "How about this? If you're really serious, give me a call at this time tomorrow. The price will be the same as I said for Dominic Archer, $500,000. Can you afford that?" $500,000? No problem. Then it's a deal, Quinn replied happily. After hanging up the phone, Kevin had a moment of regret. Quinn didn't even flinch at $500,000. He should have probably raised the price. Just then, Miss Wilson came into the office. "Mr. Williams, you have visitors," she said excitedly. "Visitors? For me?" Kevin was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "Please, send them in." When the middle-aged couple entered the office, Kevin immediately jumped up from his chair and ran over to them. "Mom, Dad, when did you get to Chicago? Please have a seat." "Kevin, I heard from your uncle that he put Williams Media under your name. I came to see for myself." Alan Williams said happily. Before Kevin could answer, his mother, Susan Williams, asked him, "Kevin, are you really the CEO of Williams Media now?" "Yes, Mom and Dad. I've been helping the company a lot, so Uncle Thomas put me in charge," Kevin said humbly. Then he offered cheerfully, "Hey, now that you're here, why don't you stay in Chicago? I bought an enormous penthouse apartment at the top of Corwin Tower. There's plenty of room for all of us." After Kevin was pushed out by the family, Alan and Sue went back to their old house in the country. Kevin hadn't seen them in almost a year. Alan and Sue looked at each other and nodded in agreement. "That sounds fine, but we don't want to put you out. We can always find an apartment," Alan said. Then Sue spoke up and said, "But actually, we came to tell you some good news. Your cousin Monty Aspinwall is getting married in New York tomorrow." Before Sue could finish, Kevin's phone rang. It was his Uncle Thomas. He accepted the call and heard his uncle's calm voice. "Hi, Kevin. Are you free tomorrow?" "Sure, Uncle Thomas. What's going on?" Kevin asked curiously.
"It's like this. Your cousin is getting married tomorrow, so I'd like to invite you back into the family as a guest."
Uncle Thomas said cheerfully, "Of course. I'll definitely come." Then they discussed the details for a minute before saying goodbye. "Did your uncle just invite you to attend Monty's wedding?" Alan asked him with a smile. "Yes, he did. Let's all go there together," Kevin said happily. In the entire family, except for his parents, Monty was the one who had the best relationship with Kevin. In fact, when Kevin was pushed out of the family, Monty was the first one to speak up in his defense. "That's a great idea," Alan answered as he looked at Kevin with a pleased expression. "We'll let you get back to work now. Your father and I haven't been to the city in a long time. We're going to take a walk," Susan said with a smile. After his parents left, Kevin asked Miss Wilson to buy him a suit. He didn't forget to ask her to choose a gift for the newlyweds. The next morning, Kevin and his parents headed to Midway Airport to take the company jet to New York. The flight only took a couple of hours, and Miss Wilson, with her usual efficiency, had arranged for them to be picked up in a company to go to the Williams family mansion. They arrived a little early, but there were already countless luxury cars parked in front. Monty, who had been standing at the entrance welcoming the guests, brightened up immediately when he saw Kevin. "Kevin, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you." Monty grinned as he gave Kevin a big hug. "I missed you too." Then Monty noticed Alan and Susan Williams, who had come along with Kevin. "Uncle Alan, Aunt Susan," Monty called out happily. "Monty, it's been such a long time. You're getting more and more handsome." "Thank you for the compliment, Aunt Susan." Then he turned to his fiancée and took her by the hand. "Hannah, let me introduce you to more of my family. This is Cousin Kevin, Uncle Alan, and Aunt Susan." Alan asked, "Isn't it bad luck to see the bride before the wedding?" "Oh, we're not superstitious." Then she shook each of their hands. Kevin nodded politely and smiled as he called her Cousin Hannah. "Kevin, my dad and the rest of the family are waiting in the main hall." "Oh, of course. You have a lot of other guests to greet. We'll head in and take a seat." When Kevin and his family walked into the reception hall, Uncle Thomas was greeting the guests warmly. When he saw Kevin, Thomas immediately put down his wine glass and walked over with a big smile. "Kevin, I'm so glad you could make it." Then Thomas looked at Alan and Susan. "It's good to see you finally made it back." "It's been a few years, hasn't it? Monty's wedding seemed like a good opportunity to reconnect." "Alan, please don't blame Dad and our uncle for what happened back then. They have their own troubles now." Just as Kevin was about to say something to liven up the atmosphere, he heard a sharp voice. "I see the three of you made it to Monty's wedding. When are you leaving?" Laura Williams said coldly. "Laura, what did you just say? I called Alan and his family to personally invite them back." Laura didn't understand what had happened with Kevin as well as her husband Thomas did. When the Williams family was facing a financial crisis, Grandpa Williams had personally sent his son Thomas a message. He was to make a special trip to Chicago to find Kevin and ask for forgiveness. That's when Kevin agreed to invest his fortune in the Williams family business. So technically speaking, even the Williams mansion belonged to Kevin now. In other words, if Kevin felt like it, he could easily bankrupt the entire Williams family. "What are you talking about? They have the nerve to come back today after everything they did? Laura said spitefully. Their good little boy, Kevin, is even worse. He went off and married into another family, mooching off of them for 3 years. Laura's ranting drew the attention of a lot of the guests. Kevin and his parents were starting to get pissed off. Laura turned her nose up at Kevin and said, "Don't think you can come in here acting all fancy just because you're in charge of Williams Media. Everyone knows that you're only in that position because Thomas took pity on you. The family has lots of other businesses. We don't need that one at all." Then Ethan Williams, Kevin's cousin and the son of Thomas and Laura, stepped out from the crowd and said, "Kevin, you got a lot of nerve coming here today." Laura chimed in, "You're an embarrassment to the entire family. Why don't you just go back to Chicago?" "Lauren, Ethan, shut up. Don't do this in front of all the guests," Thomas whispered to the two of them. Then he turned around and said, "Kevin, Alan, please don't pay any attention to them. They've already had too much to drink." But by now, Kevin was insulted. Alan was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, and Susan was so repulsed that she was starting to look pale. "What's wrong with you, Thomas? How can you help these outcasts?" Laura complained. So far, the wedding wasn't off to a great start. Uncle Thomas tried to calm things down, but he wasn't having any luck.
"You know, Dad, I think you're the one who drank too much. I can't believe you're actually siding with them,"
Ethan said with a sneer.
"Uncle Alan and Susan, what possessed you to come here?"
Actually, ever since they were kids, Ethan had never liked Kevin all that much. Even though he was older, it seemed that Kevin was always better than him, no matter what they were doing. The family had decided to expel Kevin as punishment after his failure in a large investment. But later on, when Kevin's luck turned around and he became super wealthy, Uncle Thomas went and tracked him down to ask him to take over as CEO of Williams Media, as long as he saved the family from bankruptcy. Ethan was jealous because he'd been running the company up until they needed the bailout from Kevin. How could he ever get over a humiliation like that? "Ethan, let's not argue on Monty's wedding day. It won't go well for you," Kevin said coldly. Kevin didn't mind being insulted, but he absolutely couldn't stand seeing his parents treated like this.
"What? Did I hear you right? Are you saying you don't want to argue with me?"
Ethan laughed and said,
"What are you going to do about it? You couldn't take me anyway." "Enough. What are you guys doing? We're all family," Thomas said angrily. "Why do you guys always have to fight?"
"Who said we're related?" Laura sneered. "Just look at what they're wearing. They look like a bunch of who have come to crash the wedding." When Laura finished speaking, Alan's face suddenly turned pale. He moaned and collapsed on the floor. "Dad, what's wrong?" Kevin said as he knelt down and cradled his father. "Alan, you're scaring me," Susan said in a panic. Kevin immediately took out his phone and dialed 911. Then he looked up and glared at Ethan and Laura. He knew very well that his father had collapsed from holding in the anger that was boiling up inside him while he was listening to Laura and Ethan's insults. "Ethan, if something happens to my father, I'll hold you personally responsible," Kevin said bitterly. He could feel the adrenaline building up inside him. Ethan turned his head and looked away. Then Kevin suddenly looked at his Uncle Thomas and said, "It seems I made a bad choice lending money to the Williams family. I think I may just pull out my $8 billion and head back to Chicago." Everyone who heard this was stunned. They knew that Kevin had been shut out years ago, so where did he find $8 billion? Laura put her hands on her hips and snapped at Kevin. "You seem to be confused. Why do you think we'd lend you any money?" "I think you've had a little too much to drink already. I'm not asking for a loan. I gave you the loan. I lent $8 billion to the family to bail them out of the mess they'd gotten into. Just ask Uncle Thomas. He wrote up the contract," Kevin said firmly. Thomas was appalled, and it showed on his face. He quickly walked over to Laura and pulled her away by the elbow. "What's going on?" Laura asked him. "What's he talking about?" Ethan was confused too.
"Dad, what are you doing?"
He was naturally protective of his mother. Monty heard all the noise and rushed over with Hannah.
"Kevin, what happened to Uncle Alan?
Monty asked nervously. Kevin didn't answer him. He just stared at Thomas coldly and said, "I'll give you 1 day, Uncle Thomas. At this time tomorrow, I'm coming back for my money." Then he picked up his father from the floor and walked carefully towards the door. Suddenly, Ethan roared, "Stop! Who said you could leave?" "Ethan, what are you talking about?" Monty said unhappily. "Monty, this is none of your business. Stay out of it," Ethan said with a ferocious expression on his face. "If you weren't getting married today, I wouldn't have even wasted my time talking to you." It made Monty sad to hear this, but he took a step back. Monty was only tied to the Williams family through marriage, so he didn't have much say in things, especially compared to Ethan. An ambulance soon arrived at the mansion's entrance. Kevin helped them load his father in the van, and his mother rode along with them. Kevin would follow them as soon as he could. As the ambulance drove away with its siren blaring, Kevin turned around and went back inside. Ethan was the first to jump up. "Don't you get it? You've already ruined Monty's wedding. Why the hell did you come back?" "Who says I can't come back?" Kevin said coldly. "You're no longer a member of this family. You just aren't welcome here. Get the hell right now," Ethan said viciously. As far as Ethan was concerned, it was because of Kevin that he'd lost his place in Williams Media. And he thought that Kevin had just embarrassed his mother Laura in front of the entire family, so he really had it in for Kevin. "Shut up," Thomas told him. Then he pointed to the other side of the room and said, "Now go wait over there and don't say another word." Then Thomas turned around and looked at Kevin. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Kevin, we're all family here. Let's work this out." "No, Ethan just said that I'm no longer a member of this family," Kevin said blankly. His face didn't show any expression at all. Nothing his uncle said could get him to change his mind. "But Kevin, how can you talk to Uncle Thomas like this?" Monty asked worriedly. "Monty Aspinwall," and Kevin emphasized that his cousin had a different last name. "Don't worry. Tomorrow you can come over to Williams Media for a job. Some people don't want to see us succeed. Well, I guess you can't please everyone." Then Kevin gave Ethan a nasty look. "Kevin, I don't know what to say," Monty replied, shaking his head. Thomas was at a loss for words too. After all, this whole mess had been caused by his wife and his son. "Uncle Thomas, remember what I said. I'll be back tomorrow for my money," Kevin warned his uncle. Then he turned around and looked at Monty. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm so sorry I messed up your wedding, Monty." He took a beautifully decorated gift envelope out of his pocket and handed it to his cousin. It was the one Miss Wilson had prepared for him with a very generous check inside. "You don't have to put up with this. Come to Chicago." Without giving Monty any time to react, Kevin patted him on the shoulder and left the mansion. He knew his father was still unconscious, so he had to rush to the hospital immediately. As Thomas watched Kevin walk away, he turned to his son and shook his head. "This is all because of you," Uncle Thomas said menacingly. Kevin got to the hospital within 20 minutes and saw that his father wasn't being treated yet. Instead, his gurney was just sitting in the corridor. His mother was pleading with the nurse, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Please help him. I'll give you anything you want as soon as my son gets here." "I'm sorry, but the administrator already told you. This is a private hospital and you have no insurance coverage. We can keep him stable, but there's nothing else we can do other than have him transferred to one of the city hospitals," the nurse said sternly. After Alan and Susan left Chicago to live in the countryside, their income came from selling vegetables. They'd managed to save a little money, but certainly not enough to pay for an operation. The intake administrator had sized them up and figured their son probably couldn't afford treatment either. She didn't want to risk a reprimand if Alan went into the operating room without approval. When Susan saw her son walk in, she immediately calmed down. "Kevin, we're over here. Quickly tell them to go ahead and operate on your father." "Mom, what's going on?" Kevin asked in confusion. He didn't know why his mother looked so distraught. "They said that if we can't afford the surgery, all they can do is stabilize him," Susan said as she wiped tears from her face. "What kind of hospital is this? A human life is at stake, and you want to get paid first?" Kevin's expression became instantly cold. "I'll cover everything. Now send him to surgery immediately. Your father's stable, but he needs our hospital's chief specialist. The bill for this kind of surgery is $120,000. The administrator said impatiently. I just explained this to your mother, and she said that you would give it to her as soon as you arrive. Do you have $120,000 on you? I said I'll pay you. You need to operate on him immediately, Kevin said through his gritted teeth. The administrator didn't believe him and insisted that he pay immediately. Kevin couldn't take this any longer and shouted so loud that you could hear him in the parking lot. I told you to arrange the surgery immediately. The nurse was frightened by Kevin's outburst and her face turned pale. Everyone up and down the corridor began to wonder what was happening. They assumed that Kevin and his parents couldn't afford to pay for treatment and were fighting with the hospital administrator. Just then, the hospital director arrived with a few security guards. At the same moment, Kevin's phone rang. When he saw that it was Quinn calling, Kevin answered. Before Kevin could say anything, Quinn explained, Mr. Williams, I know you're in my hospital right now. Wait for me right there. I'll be down there as soon as I can. Then he hung up.
What's going on here? The director asked in a very serious tone.
Director, thank you for coming so quickly. These two people can't afford to pay the medical fees and are insisting on treatment. We've already stabilized the patient, and there's nothing else we can do. Their son was just yelling at me, and if you hadn't brought security, I'm sure he would have hit me. She exaggerated to make herself look good. Hearing this, the director slowly walked over to Kevin and said,
Young man, I can understand your feelings, but the hospital has its rules and regulations. As long as you can arrange payment, we will immediately prepare your father for surgery.
Pay first? What kind of hospital is this? Kevin said loudly.
Those are the rules. All we are required to do is stabilize a patient. If our administrator believes the payment will not be possible, we are not required to do anything more. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll ask security to have you removed from the property. The hospital director threatened.
All this for just $120,000? I'll give it to you now, Kevin grumbled as he slapped his bank card on the counter. The director took one look at Kevin's black card and stared at him in shock. Then he said,
I'm sorry, but we don't accept fake cards.
Kevin was so frustrated. His father lay there dying, and he couldn't get anyone to help him.
If you'll just get someone to swipe my card, you'll find out if it's real or not, won't you? He turned around and gestured for the administrator's assistant to swipe the card. While this was going on, the hospital director turned around and spoke with the administrator who'd been arguing with Kevin.
Go and call security. If that bank card is fake, instruct them to immediately arrest this young man and call the police.
Moments later, the assistant came back with the bank card. She politely said to Kevin, Sir, here is your card as well as the hospital's invoice. Please remember to keep it in a safe place. The hospital director couldn't believe what had just happened.
Could this be true? He thought to himself. Where did this guy come from? Is he a celebrity or something?
Kevin was exhausted from worrying about his father and having to deal with all of this. Now, can you please arrange for my father's surgery?
Yes, sir, the director said politely. We'll prep him right away.
As they were wheeling Alan to pre-op, the surgeon stopped right in front of Kevin and spoke to him. Kevin, what are you doing here? Is the patient your father? And you are? I'm Dr. Willow. We met at President Wright's birthday party. Dr. Willow, don't you work in Chicago? What are you doing in New York? The hospital arranged for me to come here for an exchange program. I'm working on a new specialty. What happened to your father? It looks like he had an acute myocardial infarction, a heart attack. Dr. Willow, you must save my father, Kevin said sincerely. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Kevin, how do you know Dr. Willow? It's really nothing, Mom. I met her at a birthday party in Chicago, but I never expected to see her here in New York.
Mr. Williams, a nurse has just informed me that your father's surgery will take about 3 hours. I've already arranged for a private room for him, the director said very courteously. This was a huge change from his attitude just a little while ago. He clearly knew that there were no more than 5 people in all of the New York City area who had a black card, so Kevin was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend.
Kevin nodded his head indifferently. If there's nothing else, you can stay here with your mother. I have something to attend to right now, the director said carefully. Kevin didn't say anything but just nodded again. Kevin, where did you ever get so much money from? I hope you're not involved in something illegal. Don't worry, Mom. I earned it myself. Then he thought for a moment and continued. Mom, I'll go to Uncle Thomas tomorrow to get back the money I lent the family. While I'm there, I'll completely cut my ties with them. And when we get back to Chicago, I'll hire a visiting nurse to help you and Dad. Why would you throw your money away like that? Your father and I aren't old enough to need help taking care of ourselves. Kevin, will Lily be okay with letting us live with you? If she isn't willing, you mustn't force her. Don't let us get in the way of your marriage. Mom, don't worry. Lily is very down to earth and understanding, Kevin said with a smile. He wasn't worried about Lily objecting at all because he knew she would definitely agree. But even if she didn't agree, Kevin could just buy another apartment for his parents to live in. Money was the least of his worries right now. Susan fell asleep on the sofa, probably from exhaustion after the scene at Monty's wedding. 3 hours had gone by and the director was walking into the office with Dr. Willow. Dr. Willow, how is my father? Kevin quickly asked her. The surgery was successful and your father is out of danger, Dr. Willow replied. She looked absolutely exhausted. Obviously, the surgery wasn't as easy as she was letting on. Just then, they all heard footsteps hurrying down the hall. When the hospital director saw the middle-aged man in the lead, his face brightened. President Quinn, you must help me. This young man was rude to the intake administrator and pestered the head nurse. Worse yet, he even threatened to punch me. This was an odd turn. After being so polite, the director was suddenly turning on Kevin and his mother. But the hospital director knew that Quinn held a lot of power throughout New York and that he was the real head of this hospital. With his wealth, he had political connections that allowed him to do pretty much anything he wanted. He knew that all Quinn had to do was say the word and Kevin's family would definitely be tossed out. Dr. Willow got very worried when she heard him making these complaints. She'd heard about Quinn's reputation, and now that she heard the director making these false accusations, she was afraid for Kevin's safety. Then the hospital director shouted at Kevin, "What are you still standing there for? Get over here and apologize to President Quinn." "Kevin, please go and apologize to President Quinn," Dr. Willow said worriedly. After all, Dr. Willow had heard about the scene Kevin had made in the emergency room, and she knew that Quinn had the director in his pocket. "Don't worry," Kevin said to Dr. Willow softly. Quinn walked over to Kevin and warmly shook his hand. "Mr. Williams, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It took me longer than expected to get over here." "No problem at all. I still have the item you requested. Besides, I have some details to work out with the director," Kevin said stoically. When he heard that, Quinn was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted at the director, "Ernie Richter, have you been neglecting your duties?" Richter didn't know what to say for a moment. He never imagined that Kevin would know President Quinn. Then he thought for a second and remembered what Quinn had just said. Suddenly he wondered, could President Quinn have come here especially for him? Holy crap! What kind of big shot did I just offend? Richter was on the verge of tears. "Since Mr. Richter doesn't seem to want to answer your question, then let me do it for him," Kevin said with a smirk. "President Quinn, I don't know how often you're able to visit this hospital. Do you know what kind of employees you have? These administrators have no conscience. They park dying patients in the corridor while they shake down their families for money." Then Kevin calmly recounted what had happened earlier. "Ernie Richter, you're a real bastard," Quinn yelled right in the man's face. Before Richter could catch his breath and respond, Quinn continued his tirade. "I give this hospital a lot of support, and I've told you over and over to make sure that any patients who are in serious condition need to be treated. This is certainly not how you provide service in a respectable hospital. The mission is to help people, not to make a profit." As soon as he finished speaking, Quinn looked Richter in the eye and said, "Well, what do you have to say for yourself?" "President Quinn, I know I was wrong," Richter said weakly. Shut up, Quinn frowned. Pack up your things and get out of here. Then Quinn noticed Dr. Willow, who had been standing patiently next to Kevin while all this was going on. Kevin saw this and quickly reminded him. President Quinn, please don't misunderstand. The administration was at fault, but it was Dr. Willow who saved my father. You did well, Doctor, Quinn said seriously. As of right now, you're the new director of this hospital. Then he continued. Remember, the first thing you need to do when you take over is to reduce all charges by half. For any poor and seriously ill patients, we will only charge 10% of the set fees. That should set things straight. Dr. Willow shook her head in disbelief. President Quinn, thank you for your kind offer, but I came to this hospital as part of a research exchange program. I'm officially on the payroll of Downtown General in Chicago. Chicago? Quinn took a long look at Dr. Willow and said decisively, You don't need to go back there. Human Resources will help you complete all the paperwork today. Kevin was very impressed with Quinn's reaction. He knew that the man had done this more or less because he was interested in his herbal pill, but his concern for the hospital's patients was admirable. After making arrangements for Dr. Willow to take over as hospital director, Quinn turned around to look at Kevin and said, Mr. Williams, how do you think I handled that? Mr. Quinn, you've got my respect, Kevin said with a smile. At that moment, Susan woke up. It was amazing that she had slept through all of that. Kevin, is your father out of surgery yet? Yes, Mom, it's over. Dad has been sent to recovery and then he'll have a private room. Seeing that Kevin was leaving with his mother, Quinn panicked. Mr. Williams, we still have some unfinished business. How about letting my staff take your mother up to recovery? They should be able to let her speak with him for a few minutes once the anesthesia is worn off. Before Kevin could answer, his mother said thoughtfully, Kevin, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll be upstairs with your father. Quinn looked at his assistants and said, What are you all still doing here? Go ahead and escort Mrs. Williams up to recovery. And if she needs anything, do your best to make sure she's happy. President Quinn, if I'm no longer needed here, I'll be on my way. When she saw Quinn arrive, Dr. Willow expected the worst. What she didn't expect was for him to be so friendly to Kevin, which really turned the whole situation around. Somehow she felt that it was because of Kevin that she'd gotten this promotion to hospital director. And now Kevin seemed even more mysterious to her than when she'd first met him. Mr. Williams, this isn't a good place to talk. Please come with me to my home. Your father will be in good hands while we're gone, Quinn said agreeably. He really couldn't wait to improve his health and his strength. That was far more important to him than firing Richter, who had no sense of medical ethics anyway. Sure, Kevin replied with a smile. They left the hospital together and Quinn personally drove Kevin to the most luxurious mansion in the whole metropolitan area. He politely invited Kevin to have a seat while his housekeeper prepared them espressos in the kitchen. Kevin smiled and took a small white vial from his pocket. It contained the 6 herbal pills that he'd prepared the previous night. Mr. Quinn, this should be just what you're looking for, Kevin said as he poured out a red pill and placed it on the table. It's hard to believe that such a small herbal pill can help me so much, Quinn said as he carefully held it in his hand. I guess there's only one thing left to do, he added. That's right, Mr. Quinn. After you take this pill, you'll feel much better. The ingredients will help to boost all the effort and supplements that you've already tried. That sounds truly amazing, Quinn said with a laugh. Then he looked at Kevin and said, Mr. Williams, you're really quite gifted to be able to concoct such a marvelous herbal supplement at such a young age. I appreciate the compliment, but I have a lot more to learn. Just remember that this pill will help you to reach your next goal, but if you are looking for any further improvements, there are other combinations of ingredients that you'll need. So, do you have better mixtures that you can create? Quinn asked in surprise. There are some more advanced combinations that I could try, but I need to learn a lot more before I can refine my technique, Kevin replied honestly. What Kevin had learned was that the mixture of herbs he had been giving his friends and customers only worked up to a certain point. He was also finding out that there was a lot of very rich and powerful people who were interested in using these supplements to get an edge, and in a lot of different businesses and fields. Here was a man who actually owned a hospital, but still wanted his help. "Mr. Williams, you really are remarkable," Quinn said in astonishment. "Well, let's see how effective it is for you first," Kevin said with a smile. Then he said, "When you take the pill, make sure that you relax, breathe calmly, and give it time to work." "Mr. Williams, aren't you afraid that I won't pay you after I take it?" Quinn joked. "I trust you," Kevin said calmly, "and I know you can afford to pay me. Now go ahead and take it. I'll wait around in case you have any questions." "You're very straightforward, aren't you?" Then he stopped delaying and took the pill. While he was waiting for it to take effect, he ordered his assistant to transfer the $500,000 to Kevin's account. While Quinn was relaxing and waiting for the herbal ingredients to have an effect on him, Kevin took a walk around the room. Quinn seemed to like impressionist art and antique glaze ceramics. "Quinn must be loaded," Kevin thought to himself. "I'm certain that's an original Monet, not a reproduction." Then Kevin walked to the foyer to appreciate the ornate front door and the enormous sliding doors leading to the back patio. He frowned slightly. Something didn't look right to him. After a while, Quinn got up and walked over to him. "Mr. Williams, I can already tell that your pill is working. I haven't felt this vibrant in years." "I'm very glad to hear that," Kevin said seriously. "But it helps that you've already put so much effort into your health and well-being. Some of these supplements require several doses, but it looks like this one should help you with a single pill." Then Kevin turned around in a circle, starting at the front door and looking at the various wings of the first floor. "How have things been going for you since you moved here?" Kevin asked carefully. "Now that you mention it, my business was doing great when I built this place, but lately it's slowed down a little. I thought it was just the economy, so I've been trying to diversify. Why do you ask?" Quinn was wondering what Kevin was getting at. "I recently set up a new apartment at Corwin Tower in Chicago. While I was decorating it, a friend of mine gave me a book on feng shui. I'm not usually superstitious," Quinn replied, "but I am curious to hear what you have to say." "I know a thing or two, but not a lot," Kevin went on. "This is a beautiful mansion, but something's not quite right. If you're into feng shui, of course." "Please continue." Kevin pointed at the beautiful oak door and said, "It looks to me like any positive energy comes in the front door and goes straight out the back of the house." "That's very interesting," Quinn said as he looked from the front of the house to the back. "You know, my last home was very different. When you walked in, you felt like you wanted to sit down and settle in. When I walk in here, I just want to keep going and head out to the patio," Quinn said in amazement. Kevin looked him in the eyes and said, "Mr. Quinn, you may want to consider getting someone in here to advise you. I'll bet you'll feel productive in no time." Quinn nodded in agreement. "You know, I haven't been getting much done in this home. Maybe there's something to this feng shui stuff. As long as I'm working on improving my body, why not do the same for my home?" He paused for a moment and said, "You've been very helpful, my friend." "It's my pleasure," Kevin said generously. "I'll have a copy of the book sent to you right away. Then you'll know more about the subject than I do." "I'd appreciate that," Quinn smiled. "But now I need to head back to the hospital and visit with my father." "Please let me drive you back," Quinn offered. "No thanks. You need to stay here and rest so you can get the full benefit of the herbal ingredients." "Then I'll have my chauffeur take you back. It's the least I can do." When Kevin got back to the hospital, his father had already woken up and was feeling better. His mother was sitting by the bed feeding him some vanilla pudding. Dr. Willow walked in and said to Kevin, "I'm glad you're finally back. How did the operation go? Were there any complications?" "Everything's going as well as can be expected. I'm just observing your father's condition. I'm also checking to see if there's anything I can help with." Then she paused awkwardly and added, "I have to go make rounds. Excuse me." Kevin was confused by Dr. Willow's reaction to seeing him. Was he that frightening? While he was thinking about this, "Kevin, I have something to ask you." "Dad, no matter what it is, I'm sure it can wait until you've recovered." Of course, Kevin knew what his father wanted to ask him, but he didn't want to discuss the fight at the Williams family mansion. He didn't feel like being nice to them. What Kevin wanted right now was to teach them a lesson. When his father heard that Kevin didn't want to talk about it, he sighed and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Dr. Willow had breakfast sent to Ellen and Susan, but Kevin had already left by the time it arrived. When Kevin got to the Williams mansion, his Uncle Thomas was sitting in the head chair. The other family members who had shown up were sitting quietly with solemn expressions on their faces. They looked as if they were waiting for something unpleasant to happen. As Kevin slowly walked into the large reception room, his cousin Ethan leapt up from his chair. "I can't believe you have the nerve to come back here." The rest of his relatives started to berate him, telling him to get the hell out of the family mansion because he didn't belong there. He just stood there and patiently waited for them to run out of insults. Then he stared at his uncle and said, "It's already been a day since I informed you of my intent. Is the money ready?" The insults started flying again, and Kevin just stood there, unemotional. Thomas raised his hand and gestured for everyone to calm down. "Please, let's have some order here. We need to resolve this," he told them. Then he turned to his nephew and said sadly, "Kevin, do you really want to see the entire family go bankrupt?" The $8 billion that Kevin had invested in the family business had saved them from financial ruin. But returning the money to him now would put them in an even worse position than before. "Kevin, aren't you a member of this family?" Thomas asked him glumly. "Am I a member of the Williams family?" Kevin said with a sad smile. "You must be joking. You all drove me out of the family 3 years ago. Who in this room really considers me to be a true Williams?" Thomas didn't know how to answer. "When my father collapsed and was taken to the hospital, which of you went to visit him?" Kevin clenched his fists and said, "If that's how you treat family, then I'd like my $8 billion back." Monty walked over to Kevin and put his hand on his shoulder. He pleaded with him. "Kevin, you must realize that doing this will drive us to financial ruin." "Mr. Aspinwall, Monty, I hope you can stand by my side like you did 3 years ago," Kevin said slowly. "I promise I won't let you down." "Can't we work this out somehow?" Thomas implored him. "What do you think I should do? Continue to let them insult me? Let Laura and Ethan make my father so angry that he has another heart attack?" Thomas took a deep breath. He knew that his wife and son had gone too far. "Kevin, this concerns the future of our family. It's out of my hands. I've already called your grandfather and he's on his way back to New York. He should be here soon. When he arrives, we can sit down and discuss this further. What do you think? Whether we sell our shares or let the family go bankrupt, I'll leave it up to you." Grandpa Williams? Kevin was surprised to hear that his grandfather was on the way there. Without even thinking, he agreed. After that, Kevin looked at Monty. When he saw the determination in Monty's eyes, he let out a heavy sigh before he turned around and walked out the door. "Don't ever come back here," Ethan shouted at him. Kevin's other relatives started shouting more insults at him. He forced a smile and thought to himself, "It's true. You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your relatives." Of course, Kevin didn't really want the Williams family to go bankrupt. All he wanted was for them to apologize to him and his parents for their behavior. As soon as Kevin got into the car, his phone rang. "Kevin, where are you?" It was Lily calling from Chicago. "I'm in New York City, but I'm planning to head back very soon." "Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Then you can take me out for a stroll," Lily said with a slight hesitation. "I'll be there in a couple of hours. I just have to get to the airport." After Kevin hung up the phone, he decided to call his parents and let them know that he was heading back to Chicago. He figured that Dr. Willow was keeping a close eye on his father, so he didn't need to worry too much. When Kevin got back to his apartment at Corwin Tower, Lily and Rachel were waiting for him by the elevator. "Honey, I'm home," Kevin said with a smile. "Let's go out for a walk. You can carry my shopping bags today," Lily said happily. Ever since Tyler had transferred the Jones family shares to Lily, her relatives' attitudes had changed completely. "Okay," Kevin smiled. Then he reached out to shake Rachel's hand. "Hi, boss," Rachel said nervously. It took them about a half an hour to reach a good parking garage off of Michigan Avenue. Kevin followed Lily and Rachel patiently as they wandered aimlessly looking at the store windows. They finally decided to go into a very high-end jewelry store. Let's see what catches her eye, Kevin thought to himself. Kevin and Lily walked into a chic jewelry store, and Lily's eyes lit up when she saw a beautiful necklace in the display case. "Do you want to try it on?" Kevin said with a smile. "Do you think you might want to buy it for me?" Lily turned her head and said as she batted her eyelashes playfully, "The price tag says it costs $20,000. Do you think you could afford it?" Kevin didn't answer Lily's question. Instead, he turned around and said to the sales associate, "Hi, could you please take this necklace out so my wife could try it on?" The associate walked over reluctantly. She took one look at Kevin and assumed he couldn't afford the necklace. "I'm sorry, but that's not permitted. All jewelry must be purchased before it can be removed from the case," she said in a condescending tone. Based on Kevin's clothing, she decided that he was just trying to impress the beautiful woman who was accompanying him. "I'm sorry, did you say that you have to buy it before you can try it on?" Kevin was amused. "If my wife hasn't tried it on, how will she know if she likes it?" The associate didn't want to waste any more time with Kevin, so she replied curtly, "Don't worry about that. Our jewelers can make the appropriate adjustments so that the item will fit her correctly." Lily was starting to get self-conscious. She knew that Kevin couldn't be making an enormous salary, even though his employer seemed to be pretty generous. She figured that $20,000 would be way out of Kevin's price range. And even though Lily was now in control of over half of her family's shares, along with the profits from the import-export company, the money wasn't really hers to spend on things like this. "Kevin, why don't we leave?" Lily said as she tugged on Kevin's sleeve. Kevin was disappointed to hear her say this. He wanted to give her the finest things that money could buy. Just then, everyone heard a shrill voice order the associate, "Take this necklace out so I can try it on." They looked over and saw an elegantly dressed woman holding an older man's arm as she walked over to the display case. She was pointing at the necklace Lily wanted. "Okay, just a moment, ma'am," the associate said as she unlocked the case to remove the necklace for the woman. Kevin was irritated by this. "Didn't you just say that you don't allow anyone to try anything on if they haven't already paid for it?" Kevin asked indignantly. "But can you afford it?" she replied disdainfully. "I've seen a lot of people like you try this kind of stunt. You just want to take a photo when you try it on and then post it online to impress your friends." "What are you talking about?" Kevin asked sharply. "If you really can afford it, why don't you just buy it?" the sales associate said impatiently. "How much money can someone like you earn in a year? And what if you get the necklace dirty? It costs us money to clean fine jewelry like this. This store only sells high-end jewelry. We have items that some people couldn't afford if they saved for their entire lives," she added. Now Lily felt really awkward. She really didn't have the spare money to buy this necklace now. "Kevin, let's hurry up and leave," Lily said timidly. He patted her on the hand and smiled. Then he took out his black card and tossed it on the counter. "You know, I don't really have the time for this. Wrap up every piece of jewelry in the store. I'm buying it all for my wife." She didn't even look at the black card and said snobbishly, "Yeah, right. We checked our inventory just an hour ago, and the current stock in the display cases is valued at over $1.4 million. If your card is rejected, I'm calling the police." Then she entered some numbers on the computer and swiped the card, and the sale went through. She looked at Kevin, then at his card, and then back at the screen. Her legs started to feel weak, and she sat down on her stool. The manager saw that something wasn't right and rushed out of the back office. When he looked at the screen and saw the numbers, he almost lost his balance and had to sit down too. They had never seen anything like this. As the manager handed Kevin back his card, he asked hesitantly, "Sir, is this your card?" "Yes. I used it to buy these clothes, too. What do you think of my outfit?" Kevin said sarcastically. "I'm sorry, sir, that was a silly question. Thank you very much for your patronage." The manager was so freaked out that he couldn't even speak clearly.
My pleasure, Kevin said as he took back his card. Wrap everything up and send it to the penthouse at Corwin Tower. Kevin didn't forget to sneer at the rude man and his charming companion. The two of them were so embarrassed that they practically ran out of the store without saying another word. Come on, honey, let's go, Kevin said affectionately to Lily. I just wanted to try on the necklace. Why did you buy the entire store? Lily was very confused and asked him, Where did you get so much money from? I've never bought you anything nice, so I figured I had a lot of catching up to do, Kevin said as he shrugged his shoulders. Don't try to avoid my question. Tell me honestly, where did you get all this money? Lily asked again. She wasn't so easy to fool. Well, as you know, I've been helping my boss for the past couple of weeks. My latest project just earned him about $140 million, so he gave me a bonus of 1% of the sale. It was just enough to cover this purchase. Kevin was lying, but technically he was his own boss, so he figured he was just bending the truth a little. Lily was even more confused now. How could Kevin's boss be so generous? Just then, Kevin's phone rang. When he saw that it was Phoebe Anderson calling, he immediately answered. Hello, Kevin. Are you free right now? She sounded a little anxious. Yes, I'm free. What's wrong? Kevin asked. He was puzzled by her tone of voice. Please come to the store. There's something I need you to settle right away, Phoebe said quickly. Then she hung up the phone before Kevin could say anything. Kevin shook his head helplessly. He could tell that Phoebe needed help right away, so he decided to bring Lily and Rachel along to Anderson's Antiques. As soon as he entered the store, he saw a large group of people standing around a table and whispering to each other. Several of them were antique shop owners from the neighborhood. They were convinced that they were looking at a replica because the object was in such good condition. Kevin finally managed to squeeze through the crowd along with Lily and Rachel. Phoebe was staring at an antique marble bust and frowning as she tried to make a decision. She was deep in thought. How much do you plan to sell this for? Phoebe asked the seller. Ma'am, this bust has been in my family for generations. If I didn't need money for an emergency, I'd never have brought it in. The young man scratched his chin and said, It should be worth about $60,000, don't you agree? The antique shop owners in the crowd started whispering to each other. Some thought it might be worth it. Others wouldn't give him $50 for it. Kevin squinted and took a close look at the marble bust. It looked like an authentic Roman bust, probably from the 2nd century. As he walked around it, he could see that someone had tried to repair it, probably in the 1600s. Kevin asked the young man right away, How much do you want? Didn't I just tell you? $60,000, he said impatiently. All right, I'll take it, Kevin said directly. As soon as he said this, the onlookers immediately started to quiet down. They couldn't believe that he was willing to spend so much on an obvious fake. But some of the antique shop owners remembered what happened the last time Kevin was there, and they were curious to see what he would do. But Phoebe was still staring at the bust with a thoughtful frown on her face. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Suddenly, Lily tugged on Kevin's sleeve and asked him, Do you know anything about antiques? Be careful. Even though Lily didn't know anything about antique appraisal, she could hear what everyone in the room was saying, and it made her very nervous, especially after watching Kevin buy the entire contents of a Michigan Avenue jewelry store. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Kevin whispered to her. But these people said it was a fake. Take a good look at it. $60,000 is a lot of money. Don't be cocky, Lily warned him. Trust me, Lily, Kevin said confidently. Hearing this, the young man got excited and said to Kevin, I can tell you have good taste. President Anderson, please allow me to cover this man's sale, Kevin said as he handed his black card to Phoebe. Are you sure you don't want to take a closer look? Be careful, Phoebe said worriedly. It wasn't that she didn't trust Kevin's judgment. On the contrary, Phoebe knew that Kevin was an expert who had already helped her save the company a fortune. But she still had her doubts about this item. Don't you trust me yet? Kevin laughed softly. The young man said, You rock. He gave Kevin a thumbs up, then took a bracelet out of his backpack. Phoebe's eyes lit up when she saw it. Do you want to sell this too? She asked delicately. As soon as she said this, everyone stared at the bracelet in the man's hand. I found this bracelet by accident. If you're interested in it, I'll sell it to you for $25,000. The man carefully placed the bracelet on the table. Phoebe's expression immediately turned serious. Once again, the antique dealers who were watching the spectacle started chattering to each other. They thought it looked interesting and they were impressed with its color. They couldn't tell if the stone was an emerald or tourmaline, but it was in such good condition they didn't believe it was an antique. If it was a reproduction, there was no way it was worth $25,000. The young man heard the discussion and pressed Phoebe to pay the full amount. I can't take any less than $25,000. If you don't want it, I'm sure I can find another buyer. After Phoebe carefully examined it, she let out a sigh. She could tell that this bracelet wasn't bad, but it couldn't possibly be worth $25,000. Kevin, who had just taken back his black card, asked her, May I take a look? If you want to buy it, you can have it for $20,000, the man said happily. After all, he had already made $60,000 from Kevin. Kevin picked up the bracelet and looked at it from all angles. Then he raised it over his head and looked at how the stone looked in the light. Then he put it next to his ear and flicked it a few times with his finger. Finally, he turned to Phoebe and informed her, You can buy it. $25,000 sounds reasonable. Some of the antique dealers started to criticize him for his decision. They thought that he was giving Phoebe bad advice. But the ones who had seen Kevin at work before knew better and smiled as they waited to see what would happen next. Kevin, do you have any idea what you're talking about? After all, Miss Anderson is an expert. She knew very well that the Anderson family had a lot of experience in the antique business and that Phoebe had an excellent reputation in the Chicago area as an appraiser. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Phoebe said very calmly, I trust in Kevin's ability. He definitely wouldn't steer me wrong on something like this. Hearing this, Lily was instantly stunned. She'd been with Kevin for 3 years and had no idea that he knew how to appraise antiques. Why would Phoebe, who came from such a distinguished family, trust him so much? Kevin looked down at the bracelet in his hand and said, Has everyone here heard of the jewelry that was found in King Tut's tomb? They all nodded as they listened to hear what Kevin would say next. Well, there were many other artifacts found in countless other Egyptian tombs around the same time. I believe that this bracelet was made by a master artisan based on a lost bracelet from one of those excavations. The original bracelet was intended to give the wearer fertility and immortality. That's why it was left with the deceased in the tomb for the afterlife. I've only seen sketches of the original, but I believe that this reproduction was made with the same intent and the same materials. Together with the original bracelet, the pair of them would be worth quite a bit more, perhaps as much as $3 million. When the onlookers heard this, they immediately started to chatter. The people who had mocked Kevin earlier felt very awkward. Lily also felt rather awkward. She couldn't help but wonder why Phoebe trusted him so much while she, his wife, had questioned his ability. She stared blankly at Kevin and suddenly felt that she had never really understood him. Okay, transfer $25,000 to this gentleman, Phoebe said excitedly. One of her employees immediately transferred the money to the routing number he'd given them. Who said I only want $25,000? The man suddenly said. I want $1 million for the bracelet. You still owe me $975,000. Sir, how can you do this? I've already transferred the money to you and our transaction is complete. Didn't you hear what he said? The two bracelets together could be worth at least $3 million, the man greedily said. Even though there's only one now, it's got to be worth at least $1 million. Everyone started berating the man for going back on his word after agreeing on a price. The man didn't care what they thought and said, My price is $1 million. If you don't want to pay that, then the deal is off. Phoebe was getting more and more upset. From what Kevin had said, the bracelet would only have more value if it were paired with the original, which had been lost 100 years ago. By itself, it was just a curiosity. In that case, have our money transferred back to our account and leave our store immediately. She would rather not earn any money at all than put up with this nonsense. I have a rule when I'm doing business. Once the money is in my pocket, I never take it out again. He had an evil smile on his face and was clearly making things difficult for Phoebe. The crowd of antique dealers and other onlookers were exasperated by this man's behavior. How could he refuse to return the money if the sale was off? Shouldn't he be arrested for this? Phoebe gave in to her anger and turned to the store's guards. "Security, arrest him," she said loudly. Kevin didn't expect something like this to happen. With a sullen look on his face, he walked over to the man and grabbed his shoulder. "Let me go," he yelled. "Do you know who I am? I'm Reuben Cook. Maybe you've heard of my cousin Drake Cook." He pushed at Kevin to break free, but failed. As he struggled, some fruit fell out of his backpack. "What the heck is this?" Kevin said when he saw the fruit. "Do you think you can bully me just because there are so many of you? If anyone lays a hand on me, I'll call my cousin. If you're not careful, he'll come down here and tear this place apart," he said confidently. The room was silent, as everyone wondered what would happen next. "I don't care who owns this place. You need to play by my rules," Reuben griped. "You're nothing compared to Drake." "Get him out of here," Phoebe said angrily. "How dare you touch me?" Reuben yelled as he finally broke free from Kevin's grip and took a step back. He quickly took out his phone and tapped on one of his contacts. While the call was connecting, he said to them, "You're in deep shit now." "Drake, I'm surrounded," Reuben said frantically. "Send someone down to Anderson Antiques to save me." Everyone could hear Drake's deep voice as he asked, "What have you done this time?" The onlookers got nervous when they realized that Reuben was asking someone like Drake for help. What a mess they were in. Some of them were already making a move for the door. "Nobody's leaving. You're all screwed now," Reuben said arrogantly. Reuben exaggerated everything and tried to make himself look like a victim. "Drake, I came here to sell 2 antiques, but now everyone has me surrounded and they want me to pay them before they'll let me leave." "I'll be right there." Everyone could hear Drake shout over the phone. "I want to see who has the to try something like this." As it turns out, Drake had asked his cousin Reuben to take the bust and the bracelet to Anderson's Antique to have them appraised. If he liked the price, he was prepared to sell them. Reuben ended the call and warned Phoebe, "If you have any sense, you'll give me the full $1 million. Unlike me, Drake has a nasty temper." Phoebe was so furious that she couldn't speak. Everyone started to encourage her to accept the deal to make Reuben go away. Some of them even blamed Kevin for putting them in this predicament. But nobody was willing to ask Reuben to return the store's money. They all started glaring at Kevin. If he hadn't said that the bracelet could be worth a lot more, Reuben wouldn't be demanding $1 million now. Phoebe didn't know what to do. $25,000 wasn't much money for the store, but this kind of behavior was intolerable. After a few minutes, a couple of black SUVs screeched to a halt in front of the store's entrance. Drake rushed into the room, followed by his bodyguards. "Who's been bullying my cousin?" Aside from Kevin, everyone else in the room was trembling with fear. Reuben quickly ran over to Drake and pointed at the crowd. "They said they'd have me arrested if I didn't sell the bust and the bracelet to them." "How could this be?" Drake asked sternly. "Who's in charge here?" Phoebe's face turned pale. Just as she was about to face Drake, Kevin put his hand on her shoulder and took a step forward. "Drake, it isn't him, it's that woman," Reuben said as he pointed at Phoebe. But Drake didn't answer him. He stared blankly at Kevin, and his expression turned from anger to confusion to fear. "Drake, you got a lot of guts bringing your men in here to cause trouble," Kevin said without flinching. As soon as he said this, everyone started to panic, especially the ones who knew Kevin. They didn't want to get drawn into one of his fights. Reuben snarled at Kevin. "Don't think you're so great just because you bought some of my stuff." Before Reuben could say anything else, Drake gave him a backhand to the face. "Why did you hit me?" Reuben said in shock. "You're embarrassing me." Drake scolded him as he pushed his cousin aside. "I'll deal with you later." Then Drake took a deep breath. Phoebe bit her lip nervously when she saw Drake walking towards Kevin. However, what happened next shocked everyone in the room. Drake apologized politely to Kevin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. I had no idea this would happen. My cousin can get carried away sometimes.
They were all wondering how Drake knew Kevin. Not only that, he just apologized instead of wiping the floor with him. So, did you send this over here? Kevin asked in a menacing tone. This definitely had an effect on Drake, and it showed in his expression. He turned around and shouted at his cousin.
Get over here, you...
Reuben walked over to him, covering his face to try and protect himself from another powerful slap.
Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Williams,
Drake said as he pulled Reuben by the ear and made him stand in front of Kevin. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. I was wrong to do that, he stammered. Kevin glared at Reuben and then turned his eyes to Drake. Drake, did you really send your cousin in here to strong-arm the Andersons and take their money? Kevin asked with a steely look in his eyes. He just told us that you were coming here to tear this place apart.
Mr. Williams, this is just a big misunderstanding.
Drake was on the verge of tears. Misunderstanding? I'm the one who appraised those two antiques. Are you saying there's something wrong with my judgment? Do you want President Anderson to throw me out of here?
Seriously, Mr. Williams, I didn't expect things to turn out like this,
Drake replied with an awkward smile. Nobody could believe they were watching this. Seeing that Kevin hadn't accepted his apology, Drake gritted his teeth and slapped Reuben again.
Look at the trouble you've got me into, he yelled. Mr. Williams, is there anything I can do to make you accept my apology?
Drake pleaded. You shouldn't apologize to me. This is President Anderson's store and your cousin has caused her a lot of trouble today. You really should be apologizing to her. Before Kevin had finished speaking, Drake had walked over to stand in front of Phoebe. What was he going to do now? Drake walked up to Phoebe and smiled apologetically.
President Anderson, this is all my fault. Sometimes Reuben can be obnoxious and I should have known better than to send him to such a fine establishment. Please accept my sincere apologies.
That's a very nice apology, but it really should come from him, Phoebe said as she pointed to Reuben. Drake grabbed Reuben and shook him.
Didn't you hear her? Open that big mouth of yours and apologize to President Anderson.
You could tell that he was in pain, but Reuben forced himself to speak.
I'm sorry, ma'am, he mumbled. Is everything settled now, Mr. Williams? Drake asked politely.
We're good, Kevin replied. Then he turned around and looked at Reuben. I want you to leave that fruit. Do you have any objections?
Of course not,
Reuben said as he placed it on the table in front of Kevin. How did you get this? Kevin asked as he picked up the fruit and examined it. He kept turning the black fruit over and over until he was sure that he wasn't mistaken. According to the book that he'd taken from Marshall's office, this was an incredibly rare fruit. Whoever had put it in the bin at the health food store certainly had no idea what it was. It probably just looked like a black diamond apple, which isn't quite as rare. But that's not what it was. Actually, it was an important ingredient for refining numerous herbal medicines that were described in the book.
Well, are you going to tell him or aren't you?
Drake reprimanded his cousin.
Mr. Williams, I found this at a health food store on Cicero Avenue. It looked interesting because it was darker than the rest of the fruit. It was the only one like this. I figured I'd let it ripen and eat it later,
Reuben answered timidly. All right, Drake, take him away. And don't let this happen again.
Thank you, sir.
Drake felt as if he'd gotten a presidential pardon. He grabbed Reuben by the elbow and rushed out of the store, followed by his bodyguards, who were careful not to disturb anything on the way out. Kevin didn't stay long either. He said goodbye to Phoebe and led Lily and Rachel out to the sidewalk. What's the deal with you and Drake? Why does he respect you so much? Lily stared at Kevin and asked. It's because he knows I'm very good friends with Mitchell Cook. Lily looked at Kevin and suddenly felt that her seemingly useless husband, whom everyone looked down on, was somehow different. Just then, Phoebe ran out of the store chasing after them. Kevin, I really have to thank you for this, she said gratefully. It was nothing. Just remember to give me a raise, Kevin said with a smile. It's lunchtime now. How about I treat everyone to a meal at my house? Before Kevin could say anything, Lily smiled and said, That would be wonderful. Thank you for the invitation. Lily thought that it might help the Jones family if she could develop a good relationship with Phoebe. After all, the Anderson family was very well respected in Chicago. Phoebe gave Kevin the address of her family's estate. It was about an hour and a half from the antique store. When he got out of the car, Kevin shook his head in disbelief. The estate was located in the western suburbs, facing towards the east. After everyone sat down on the sofa, Lily looked around the large, tastefully decorated room. Then she asked with some hesitation, "President Anderson, forgive me for asking, but why don't you have any antiques in your home?" "It's very simple," Kevin said as the three women turned to look at him. "You know about this, too?" Lily asked in surprise. "As it turns out, I do. While Phoebe's family specializes in antiques, they prefer not to bring any into their home," Kevin explained. "It may sound superstitious, but they avoid bringing any objects into the house that might be haunted," he said very seriously. Lily and Rachel had their doubts about this explanation. Lily snickered a little and said, "Bull, you're just putting us on." "Actually, he's right," Phoebe said as she brought a tray of appetizers over from the sideboard. "My father told me the same thing. Antiques are beautiful, but we prefer to keep them at the store." They chatted for a while longer, and then Phoebe went into the kitchen to prepare their meal. Rachel and Lily got up and went into the kitchen to help her. Kevin took his glass of iced tea and leaned back on the sofa. But the sofa was a lot softer than he expected, and as he sank into it, he spilled his drink all over his tan pants. Kevin grabbed a few tissues in a hurry and tried to dry himself off. Just then, Phoebe walked out of the kitchen and asked him, "Kevin, do you like chili?" "What happened?" as she saw Kevin sitting there with a huge dark stain on his light-colored pants. "It's not what it looks like," Kevin tried to explain. Rachel and Lily rushed out when they heard all the commotion. "What's going on?" "How am I going to explain this? I swear it isn't what it looks like. I just spilled my iced tea. Don't you believe me?" Kevin almost wanted to die. The three women stared at him, unsure how to respond. "I'm going to the bathroom," Kevin said abruptly. Then he practically ran out of the room. "Just dry off as fast as you can and get back out here." Lily couldn't believe how embarrassing this was. She went back into the kitchen to keep chopping vegetables, thinking about the horrible first impression she was making on Phoebe. Suddenly, the front door was violently kicked open. "Who are you?" Phoebe asked in alarm. "Tie them up," Marshall shouted to his men as he looked around the room. "Kevin, where did you go? Come out now." Kevin, who was still in the bathroom trying to dry his pants, heard all of this and started to fear for his wife and friends. He thought to himself, "Is that Marshall? What's he doing here?" Marshall kicked the bathroom door open. "Marshall, what's come over you?" "So, you're still pretending, huh?" Marshall roared angrily. Then he threw a punch at Kevin. It was a powerful punch that could have knocked out someone twice his size. Kevin stepped just to the side as the punch passed him by. He could feel a blast of air against his face as Marshall ended up hitting the wall instead. Several cracks appeared on the spot where his fist landed. "Marshall, how dare you attack me?" Marshall suddenly looked behind him to make sure that nobody could hear him and lowered his voice. "I have to know. Where is the book you took from my office? Just give it back to me and I won't have you punished for impersonating the Night King." "What are you talking about? I can't possibly carry books around with me all day long," Kevin replied very calmly. "Aren't you going to hand it over?" Marshall said with a monstrous look in his eyes. "Those three women out there mean a lot to you, don't they? How about if I give them a fate worse than death?" "Is that a threat?" "Let's talk somewhere else," Marshall said as he pulled his fist back. They walked into one of the other rooms. As he went down the hall, Kevin could see Lily and the other two women tied up in chairs by the dining room table, surrounded by Marshall's men. Kevin didn't dare to fight back now that Marshall had taken his wife and friends hostage. After Kevin closed the door, Marshall asked in a bitter tone of voice, "Where's the book?" "I told you, I don't have it with me. Are you saying you don't want to hand it over?" Marshall said. Just as he was about to attack Kevin again, Marshall fell to the ground heavily and broke out in a cold sweat. Kevin relaxed when he saw the painful expression on Marshall's face. "Have you been poisoned?" Kevin asked with a slight frown. Marshall didn't answer Kevin's question. He felt like there were countless ants biting him from head to toe. Kevin walked over to Marshall and knelt down next to him to observe him for almost a minute. An herbal did this to you, didn't it? Kevin asked in surprise. How do you know? Marshall said in shock. Kevin knew which herbal pill Marshall had taken. While some of the herbal concoctions in the book could help someone with just one dose, others had to be taken over a period of time to have an effect. But this one had a very serious flaw. You had to take it every 6 months or you'd have a serious relapse and possibly die. The head of the Alliance did this in order to better control the members. Marshall, if I can make an herbal pill that will help you, will you let us go? He clearly remembered reading about this in the book. He remembered the recipe and knew that the black fruit he'd gotten earlier in the day was indispensable. It was an incredible coincidence, but Kevin wasn't worried about that right now. He needed to save Lily, Rachel, and Phoebe. That's impossible. Only the head of the Alliance can make that, Marshall said in astonishment. I don't care if you believe me or not. If you get the pill, will you let us go? All right, it's a deal, Marshall stammered. You still have 2 hours before it gets critical, Kevin said to him. I'll be back in a minute. After saying this, Kevin opened the window and climbed out. Then he went to his car and got the black fruit. Although Kevin was reluctant to help Marshall, this was the only way he could save Lily and the others. When Kevin got back, he took Marshall to the kitchen. Half an hour later, Kevin had finished refining the pill that would act as an antidote to save Marshall from the effects of the pill that the head of the Alliance had given him. 5 or 6 minutes later, Marshall looked a lot better and slowly got up from the kitchen floor. You'll be fine in another few minutes. Now, can you let us go? If Marshall hadn't kidnapped Lily, Rachel, and Phoebe, and if he hadn't come in there with so many men, Kevin wouldn't have used the black fruit to make the antidote for him. Marshall looked Kevin in the eye and begged him, Sir, please save my men. They've been given the same pill. Without the antidote that you just made, they'll all die within 3 days. Marshall's original plan was to get the book back and return it to the Alliance in exchange for the herbal medication that he needed. But it turned out to be very difficult for him to find Kevin. First, he went to Dominic Archer's family, then the Jones family, and then the Williams family, one after another, but he couldn't track him down until today. At this point, even if he had the book, he wouldn't be able to get to the Alliance headquarters and then return in time to save his men. Kevin frowned and interrupted Marshall. While I admire your loyalty to your men, I really can't save them. What do you mean, Mr. Williams? If you could make the antidote for me, I'm sure you can do the same for them. Unfortunately, to make another batch, I would need more of the black fruit. As you can see, I used all that I had to make your pill. I just found it by chance today, and I have no idea where to get more on such short notice, Kevin said helplessly. Are you talking about the black fruit that looks almost completely black and has a faint fragrance? You know about it? Mr. Williams, they're really not all that hard to find. I'll send one of my men to get some for you right away. Marshall was very excited and relieved. Kevin got excited too. If Marshall really had a source for that black fruit he needed to make his pills, it would be a huge help to him. At this point, Kevin knew that making enough of the pill to help Marshall's men would be a piece of cake. Knowing that Kevin would help him save his men made Marshall feel a little ashamed of his behavior toward him. He had almost harmed someone who could be a valuable asset to his organization. All they had to do now was to wait for his aide to come back with the black fruit.
Hi, Kevin here. If you're wondering what happens next, then stay tuned on the Pocket FM Universe channel for more episodes.
Mr. Williams, thanks to your skill, you've given me and my men a new lease on life. From now on, you can count on our loyalty, Marshall said sincerely. There's no need for that. As long as you stay out of my way, we'll be fine. He really didn't want to have anything to do with the Alliance now that he knew about its violent and sinister reputation. Before we go, I have some advice for you. You have an unusual skill that's highly valued by some very rich and powerful individuals. The ability to make these herbal supplements could draw attention from the wrong people. He continued in a very serious tone.
In order to get their hands on your methods, they would be willing to use any means necessary. You have to think of your family. Make sure that you're well protected. Otherwise, you may end up in the hands of some vile people. Marshall suddenly stopped and said to Kevin ominously, "Mr. Williams, please think about it carefully." Kevin frowned when he heard this. If Marshall was trying to scare him, he was doing a good job. Kevin had gotten a taste of what was going on behind the scenes in business, politics, and the criminal underworld. He had to do something to keep Lily and their family safe. "Thank you for your advice," Kevin said appreciatively. "I'm glad you're going to listen to me," Marshall said candidly. "Now I'll take my men to get more of the black fruit for you." After he said this, Marshall headed out the door. Kevin returned to the dining room and saw that Lily, Rachel, and Phoebe were still tied up. "Are you okay?" he asked them anxiously.
"Kevin, what's going on? Who were those men?"
Lily asked curiously. "Nothing to worry about. They were looking for the wrong person, but I straightened it all out," Kevin said calmly. Before Kevin had a chance to untie the three women, they all heard the sound of the front door opening. It was Truman Anderson, Phoebe's father. He stood in the doorway with a shocked expression on his face.
"Kevin, what are you doing here?"
Then, as he looked over and saw his daughter and the other two women tied up with belts, Truman became infuriated.
"What the hell is going on here?"
Truman shouted at the top of his lungs. "Truman, this isn't what it looks like," Kevin tried to explain.
"It's not what it looks like," Truman thundered. "What the hell do you think it looks like?"
Kevin tried to answer, but he had no idea what to say.
"How could you do something like this to my daughter?"
Truman yelled as he threw his briefcase at Kevin. Lily wanted to explain that this wasn't Kevin's fault, but Truman wouldn't listen to anyone. He was so furious. Phoebe tried to stand up so she could explain what had happened, but because she had been tied up for so long, her legs had gotten numb. As she tried to get up, she winced and cried out in pain. This only made Truman even angrier. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Kevin, growling,
"I can't believe I trusted you to work in my company."
"Please, this is all a misunderstanding," Kevin explained as he helped Truman to sit down on the sofa. Then he immediately went over to the three women and undid the belts that were still tied around their wrists and ankles. Kevin felt that it was hopeless to try to explain, so he just took Lily and Rachel and left the house. Truman was still trying to catch his breath. He turned to his daughter and asked her,
"Phoebe, tell me honestly, did Kevin do this?"
"Dad, what are you talking about? You've really misunderstood what happened," Phoebe reassured him. After taking a moment to catch his breath and compose himself, Truman finally said,
"Phoebe, I only know what I saw."
"Dad, can you please listen to my explanation? A bunch of hoodlums broke through the front door while we were making lunch. They tied us up and tried to beat up Kevin. He was about to explain the rest to us when you came in. But believe me, it wasn't Kevin's fault." Truman still wasn't convinced, but he trusted his daughter.
"Well, if you say so, but that's not what I saw."
His voice trailed off as he tried to accept her explanation. "Dad, you still don't believe me?" Phoebe said in an exasperated tone. She stomped her foot on the floor in frustration. Her father had Kevin all wrong. He was a huge help with her appraisals, and he even got someone like Drake to back down and leave the store peacefully. Actually, even though she trusted Kevin, there was still something mysterious about him. Truman let out another long sigh. He wasn't sure what to think. While this was going on, Kevin was driving Lily and Rachel back into the city. He simply didn't understand Truman's reaction when he walked into the house. "I didn't know Truman had such a quick temper," Kevin said to Lily. "What are you talking about? The whole thing was your fault." "How could it be my fault? I didn't tie you up," Kevin said helplessly. Rachel, who had been very quiet until now, suddenly said, "It's getting late. Just drop me off at the corner up ahead. I'll call for a ride home." "Don't worry, Rachel. It's no trouble at all. Kevin can take you home while I stop by the market to buy some vegetables." Lily then turned to Kevin and asked him, "What do you want for dinner? I'm cooking." Kevin was very shocked to hear her say that.
They'd been married for almost 3 years and he couldn't remember when Lily had ever offered to cook. This put Kevin in a good mood and he quickly headed for the market. When they got there, Kevin said to Lily, "Wait for me here after you're done. I'll pick you up right after I drop Rachel off." When Lily was there, Rachel always felt a little more at ease, but when she was alone with Kevin, she immediately clammed up, unsure how to act. "Don't be too nervous. I'm not that scary," Kevin said with a smile as he pulled out of the parking lot. "I'm not nervous," Rachel replied quickly. Ever since she found out about Kevin's true identity, every time she thought about how she'd always treated him, she felt a little ashamed and regretted her actions. Kevin glanced at her in the rearview mirror. He had an idea about what she was thinking. "Don't worry about the past. You and Lily are good friends and you were just protecting her because you thought she was suffering with me." "No, I didn't," Rachel replied so quietly he could barely hear her. "I know you're good for Lily, so I want to give you some great news. I'm getting ready to open the biggest hotel in Chicago and I've decided to ask you to be the vice president." "Really?" Rachel replied excitedly. "Of course it's true, but I need to know soon, so please don't take too long to decide." He'd already made an agreement with Mitchell Cook. The two of them were going to join forces and go into the food and beverage industry in Chicago. "Just don't disappoint me, and if you accept my offer, I'll give you 3 times the industry standard." Rachel was dumbfounded and stammered. "Am I dreaming? You really want me to be the vice president?" "There's only one condition. I want you to help me keep an eye on Lily. If any man tries to get close to her, you must let me know immediately," Kevin said very seriously. "I won't let you down," Rachel replied excitedly. At that very moment, at the Jones mansion, Grandma Jones was sitting with the top members of the family. She looked despondent. "I called everyone here today to discuss something that's very important for our future. Lily now has a controlling share in our company. Does anyone have an idea what we can do about this?" Grandma Jones had been miserable ever since Tyler gave Lily 60% of the company's shares. Lily had instantly replaced her as the most important member of the family. But what could Grandma do about it? "Grandma, you can talk to Lily nicely and ask her to give you some of her shares," Jason said with an evil smile. "Even if she gave me 10%, she would still have half the shares." "Don't worry. When Lily signs the transfer paperwork, we can slip another document underneath the contract." Before Jason finished speaking, they all knew what he meant. It was devious, but it might work. "Grandma, don't forget that Tyler Dawn gave Lily an import-export company." This was actually what Jason hated the most. He really didn't know why Tyler had been so generous to Lily. Grandma Jones perked up when he said this. If she could get back the company shares, she could start another company and finally put the Jones family back on top. 5 days later, in the CEO's office of Williams Media, Kevin looked intently at the documents on his desk. "Mr. Williams, as soon as the market opens this morning, our company's shares are expected to drop by 20%. "What's behind this?" Kevin asked as he looked at the documents and then at his computer screen. "About 3 days ago, someone started to manipulate the shares of the largest companies in Chicago," Miss Wilson explained. Kevin sat back slowly in his chair and muttered, "I can't believe they were able to set this up in just a few days. It must have taken a lot of work." "Mr. Williams, do you know what happened?" Miss Wilson asked in surprise. Ever since Kevin took over Williams Media, he hadn't been very active in his role as CEO. He had been busy with a lot of other things, from antique appraisals to herbal supplements. Miss Wilson helped to keep things going smoothly, as she always did. But Miss Wilson never thought that Kevin, who was hardly ever in his office, would know anything about the matter. "Please go down to the first floor and wait. We'll have a few important visitors stopping by." "Yes, sir." Since Kevin didn't give any more details than that, Miss Wilson naturally didn't dare to ask who they were. After she left, Kevin slapped his desk and took out his phone to make a call.
"Hello, Kevin, what's the matter?"
"Uncle Thomas, you know very well what's the matter. There's no point in hiding it."
"That's right, Kevin. The Williams family did this."
"Why?"
"You know perfectly well why we did this, Kevin. Your performance lately has made everyone unhappy. Your grandfather thinks that you're getting carried away. You need something to bring you down to earth and keep you from following the wrong path. This is for your own good. How can you even say that? Aren't you afraid that I'll take back the $3 billion that I lent the family? Kevin, if you want your money back, I can transfer it to you right now. However, if you want to use it to save Williams Media, it won't work, Thomas said gravely. This is your grandfather's decision. I advise you to come back and apologize to your family. We can still work this out. It looked like Kevin didn't have any options left.
Hi, Kevin here. If you're wondering what happens next, then stay tuned on the Pocket FM Universe channel for more episodes.
As they got near the entrance while all the paparazzi were snapping photos, Vito Booker got Brittany's attention and tried to pressure her to go out with him. Kevin didn't hesitate to insult the man. Vito's facial expression changed instantly. He stared at Kevin fiercely and said, "Who the hell are you talking to? Don't think that you're just special because you're at Brittany's side. You're just a stinking bodyguard." "Please show more respect, Mr. Booker. You're talking to the CEO of Williams Media," Charity informed him. "What the hell are you talking about? Your CEO is just a spoiled brat who isn't even old enough to grow a beard," Vito sneered. "And what's he doing wearing sunglasses at night? His future doesn't look that bright to me." "And you don't know how to keep your mouth shut," Kevin said angrily. Actually, Kevin had decided to wear sunglasses so that no one could recognize him. He'd almost pulled it off until he ran into this dumbass Vito Booker. "What the hell did you say?" Vito replied furiously. "So what if you're the head of Williams Media? How many connections could a brat who's still wet behind the ears have anyway?" Then Vito got in Kevin's face and shoved his finger in his chest as he shouted, "I'm not afraid to tell you this. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn Brittany over to me right now. Otherwise, Williams Media will disappear from the entertainment industry in a New York minute." The altercation attracted a lot of attention, but no one came forward to stop him. First of all, they knew how much influence Vito had, and second of all, no one knew how powerful Kevin was, so they wisely chose to stay out of it. "If you want to keep your finger, you'll take it back right now," Kevin said coldly. He hated having people scold him like that. "Who do you think you are?" Two burly men immediately walked over and stood next to him. They were security experts that he had spent a large amount of money to hire. "There are too many people out here. If you have the guts, follow me to the men's room," Vito said with a confident sneer. "No problem. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Kevin retorted. "It just so happens that I have a score to settle with you." Kevin had been wondering why Brittany was so popular but couldn't get any advertising contracts lately. It was only when he heard Vito threaten her that he understood the source of the problem. "If you knew any better, you'd be very afraid right now. But if you're foolish enough to face me, I'll be waiting for you," Vito warned him. Then he left with his men. When the crowd saw this, they all shook their heads. Kevin had led Williams Media brilliantly lately, but he was still very young and they knew how powerful Vito was. In the entire entertainment industry, nobody dared to stand up to him, so a lot of bystanders were worried about the future of Williams Media. It would be a shame for the leading company in Chicago to collapse just like that. However, Kevin wasn't afraid at all. He'd been dealt a good hand, but he just hadn't shown all his cards to the public yet. Also, Kevin could tell that Vito's two bodyguards would be no match for him. He could beat them with one hand tied behind his back. "Please, Kevin, don't go." Brittany tugged on Kevin's arm and pleaded with him as he started walking towards the men's room to fight with Vito. "Kevin, listen to me. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. The Booker Phoenix Corporation is very powerful in the entertainment industry. We don't want to start any conflict with them," Charity said as she also tried to persuade him. Although she had only been involved in the entertainment industry for a short time, Charity had a general understanding of the situation. She knew very well that Vito wasn't someone you should provoke. "Kevin, let's just forget about it," Brittany urged him. She thought that Kevin was only doing this to stand up for her. "It's okay. We're all adults here. But don't worry. We're not going to fight in a public place like this," Kevin said casually. Before Brittany and Charity could say anything else, Kevin had already headed to the restroom, which made the two women very anxious.
When he walked through the door, Kevin saw Vito lighting up a cigar. His two goons were standing next to him. Then Vito looked at Kevin fearlessly and said, "Since you're the CEO of Williams Media, you must be a reasonable man. Well, I can be reasonable too. We both know you were wrong, so why don't you just apologize and let me have Brittany? Then we can forget this whole thing ever happened." Kevin growled as he glared at Vito. Then he walked past him to one of the stalls. "You don't know what's good for you, do you?" His two bodyguards moved in to attack Kevin. "Go ahead, but you're only going to embarrass yourselves," Kevin said calmly as he reached out and quickly grabbed one of the men by the wrist. When he twisted it, the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the tiled room. The man screamed in pain and dropped to his knees. Kevin tossed him aside and stopped the other man's fist at the same time. He redirected the blow to throw the man against the wall. "Get off me, you clumsy bastard!" Vito roared as he tried to push his bodyguard off of him. But as soon as Vito got to his feet, Kevin turned around and kicked him in the gut. "Are you having fun yet, Vito?" "Damn it!" Vito roared at his bodyguards. "What the hell am I paying you guys for?" The two men were in such pain they struggled to stand up. When they were about to attack Kevin again, he calmly asked them, "Do you really want to go through that again?" Hearing this, the two of them stopped in their tracks and looked at Kevin with fear in their eyes. They had never felt such power. "You're both useless," Vito said as he fought with all his strength to stand up. "You bastard! Williams Media is finished now, and so are you." "Is that so?" Kevin replied as he bent down and lifted Vito off the ground. "And just how are you going to do that?" Then Kevin punched Vito in the stomach, making the man's face twist in agony. "Have you ever had a swirly?" Kevin said as he kicked open the door to one of the toilet stalls. He dragged Vito straight into it. "What are you going to do, you son of a bitch?" Vito gritted his teeth and roared. "You'll know soon," Kevin answered as he grabbed Vito by the hair and shoved his head into the bowl. What made it worse was that the water had that blue disinfectant in it. Vito struggled desperately to pull his face out of the toilet bowl. Kevin suddenly let go of the man's head and took a step back. Vito was relieved to get some air. He turned around and yelled at Kevin with hatred in his eyes. "You're a dead man." Vito stood there with his smug face and his designer suit dripping from blue toilet water, wishing he could cut Kevin into pieces. He'd never suffered such humiliation since the day he was born. "What are you still standing there for? If this guy doesn't die right now, then I'll damn sure kill the two of you," Vito shouted at his bodyguards. After hearing this threat to their lives, the two goons overcame their fear of Kevin and attacked him again. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Kevin growled as he moved to meet their attack. He grabbed the first man by the head and bounced him off the bathroom wall. Then he kneed the guy between the legs. The man's eyes rolled up into his head and he dropped to the floor. It hurt so much he couldn't even scream. Kevin didn't stop there. He quickly turned around and kicked the other man in the crotch, dropping him to the floor in the fetal position. Finally, Kevin walked back over to Vito. He plugged his nose and said, "You know, Mr. Booker, you really could use a bath." "Just wait and see. You're a dead man," Vito growled. "I know. You already said that a minute ago. This is getting kind of boring," Kevin said as he kneed Vito in the crotch. He immediately dropped to the floor and growled, "You son of a bitch." "Such language," Kevin said mockingly. "You know, I think I need to wash your mouth out." Then Kevin grabbed Vito by the collar and pushed his head into the toilet again. While this was going on, Brittany and Charity were anxiously waiting outside the bathroom door. "Charity, why don't we just go inside and take a look?" Brittany said in a soft voice. "But it's the men's room and there are so many people around," Charity said hesitantly. Even though she said that, she was very worried about Kevin. "But we really can't wait any longer," Brittany said anxiously. She really wanted to make sure that Kevin was all right. Charity took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. "Let's go." The two women looked around and opened the men's room door. "Mr. Williams, are you okay?" Brittany asked worriedly as she entered the room. But when they saw the scene in the bathroom, their jaws almost dropped to the floor.
Vito's entire upper body was stained with blue toilet water. He was draped across the toilet bowl, moaning in pain. His 2 bodyguards were lying on the floor, writhing around. Kevin was just standing casually in front of one of the urinals, whistling while he peed. Vito's goons had interrupted him when he walked in the room earlier. "What the heck are you 2 doing in here?" Kevin asked when he saw the women. Charity and Brittany were stunned for a second before they both let out a scream. Even though he was facing the other way, they covered their eyes and ran out. They were both thinking the same thing. "We really shouldn't have gone in there. How embarrassing." "Do you still want to keep playing this game, Vito?" Kevin asked coldly as he walked over to the man.
Please let me go. It's all my fault. I won't bother Brittany anymore."
Vito sobbed. He wasn't only afraid of more pain and humiliation, Vito was genuinely afraid for his life. But he had also decided that once he got out of there, he would find a way to destroy Williams Media and make Kevin pay for this beating. "Why weren't you this cooperative earlier?" Kevin said as he shook his head and walked out of the men's room. When he got back to the hotel lobby, Kevin looked around, but he couldn't find Brittany and Charity. "Damn it," Kevin said to himself. "Now I also smell like disinfectant." He wished he could change his clothes. Kevin took out his phone to send a text to Brittany as he was heading toward the door. On the way, he accidentally bumped into a woman and dropped his phone. As he stooped down to pick his phone up off the floor, he heard someone scolding him. "Why don't you watch where you're going?" the woman snarled coldly. "Do you know how expensive my clothes are? Could you even afford to have them cleaned?" "Well, didn't you also bump into me?" Kevin said in amazement. "What kind of security guard are you? How dare you blame Miss Maya Hughes after bumping into her? Do you want to lose your job?" The woman's assistant berated him. "You're threatening my job," Kevin said calmly. "I've never heard of Maya Hughes. Are you sure she could make me lose my job?" "Where are you from? You don't know who Miss Hughes is?" the assistant replied coldly. "Have you heard of the Booker Phoenix Corporation? She's the most popular celebrity in all of Booker Phoenix." Kevin laughed when he heard this. Whoever this woman was, she was only one of their clients. After what he just did to Vito Booker, why would he be afraid of one of the man's underlings? This was turning into quite a fun evening.
Hi, Kevin here. If you're wondering what happens next, then stay tuned on the Pocket FM Universe channel for more episodes.
Kevin was meeting with the senior executives at Williams Media. They were panicking because of all the pressure the Williams family was putting on them. But Kevin was confident that they could get through this. Kevin turned to Miss Wilson and said, "You're authorized to transfer any amount of funds necessary. Our first goal is to stabilize the stock market as much as possible." After he said this, Kevin got up and left. He went straight down to the parking garage and got in his to drive to the downtown branch of Lux Bank. When he got to the bank a while later, he was lucky to find some street parking. Kevin decided to leave the bracelet in his car before he walked inside. Because of the volatile stock market over the past few days, many people were worried about losing their life savings. So there was a crowd in the bank trying to withdraw their money. Kevin went straight to the VIP area because he figured Officer Emmett would be waiting for him there. But before he got to the teller's window, he was stopped by a staff member. "Hello, sir. How may I help you?" the woman said with a smile. "I don't need any help, thanks," Kevin said. "I'm just looking for someone." Judging by Kevin's clothes, the woman immediately determined that he was just an ordinary customer and wasn't qualified to go to the VIP section. "Sorry, sir, these windows are reserved for VIPs. No one else is allowed in here. If you're looking for someone, you can wait over there by the door," the woman said icily. "I also have some business to take care of. Can I go ahead?" Kevin asked politely. "Sir, you can go to the regular customer area to do your business," she said with a fake smile. Then the woman thought to herself, the customers in the VIP area are all worth over $1 million. Kevin, who was wearing sloppy ordinary clothes, probably didn't earn more than $20,000 a year. "I'd like to make a withdrawal," Kevin said helplessly. He was starting to get irritated. "You can make a withdrawal from the ATM by the entrance," the woman said impatiently. She didn't want to waste any more time with Kevin. Kevin frowned. He thought that he was pretty handsome. How come he kept getting this kind of reaction from people? Then he took a deep breath and looked at her name tag. I'll just stand here and wait, Miss Gray. It shouldn't be long, okay? No, sir, this is the VIP area. I'm afraid you're disturbing our customers, Miss Gray said in disgust. Please move along. Their conversation was starting to attract attention. The VIP customers were annoyed by his intrusion. How could a poor man like him dare to come into their private section? Kevin took another deep breath and said to her, You're giving me no choice. I've decided that I'm going to withdraw all my money from your bank. I'm sorry, but you don't seem to understand. There's an ATM in the lobby, she said impatiently. If you don't leave this area immediately, I'll be forced to have you removed by security. Miss Gray, I'd like to withdraw $2 million in cash immediately, Kevin said as he took out his bank card and slapped it in her hand. The VIP onlookers started to whisper to each other. Did he really say he was withdrawing $2 million? He's not fooling anyone. Just look at how he's dressed. She looked disdainfully at the bank card in her hand. There wasn't even a name on it. Just as she was about to throw the card out, the bank manager happened to walk by. When he saw the black card, he was so unnerved that his legs got weak.
Miss Gray, what's going on here? The manager asked her abruptly.
Mr. Johnson, this man has been causing trouble, she explained. Of course, she didn't forget to give Kevin a snooty look. Johnson was so angry that he muttered to himself,
We really have to do better training.
He paused and then explained,
This is a black card. There isn't another one in all of Chicago.
The VIPs who were watching the scene were shocked, and the employee felt incredibly awkward. Sir, are you sure you aren't mistaken? She asked hesitantly.
Nonsense, Miss Gray,
Johnson said as he took back the card and walked over to Kevin.
Sir, my name is Evan Johnson. I'm the manager of this branch. It would be our pleasure to serve you,
he said apologetically, trying very hard not to let his voice quiver. In all his years working for the bank, he had never seen one of these cards. I don't need any help, thank you. I'm just making a withdrawal, Kevin said as he sneered at the rude employee. Am I qualified to stand here now? Sir, I'm so sorry, Miss Gray replied ever so politely. She was mortified.
Sir, please accept our apologies for this misunderstanding. If you need anything at all, please let me know,
Johnson said with a big smile. I've already told Miss Gray how much I'd like to withdraw, Kevin said nonchalantly. I'm sure she can handle things now.
Okay, Johnson said amiably.
Then he turned around and reprimanded her.
What are you standing here for? Take care of the transaction right away.
Yes, sir, she said as she walked behind the counter.
Sir, please, come with me to wait in the private room, Johnson invited him.
Their attitude had completely changed, and the VIPs who had witnessed the spectacle were speechless. When they got to the private room, Kevin sat down casually on the sofa and crossed his legs. Johnson smiled and walked over to the cappuccino machine and offered Kevin a coffee. A few minutes later, the embarrassed employee came into the room, struggling to carry a large canvas bank bag with both hands. Sir, the $2 million withdrawal you requested, Miss Gray said apprehensively. She could barely look Kevin in the eye. She was so embarrassed by how rudely she treated Kevin when he walked in. You know, I don't really think I need to carry around that much cash. How about if you take out $500 and put the rest back in the vault? Kevin said as he leisurely sipped his cappuccino. Yes, sir, she replied. She knew that Kevin was just screwing with her, but she realized she deserved it. Kevin slowly walked out of the VIP room accompanied by Mr. Johnson and Miss Gray. He stuffed the $500 in his pocket. As he stepped into the lobby, Officer Emmett walked over to him and asked, Kevin, what are you doing here? Didn't you want me to meet you here? I figured as long as I'm at the bank, I might as well make a withdrawal. Kevin smiled. Officer Emmett nodded slightly, but then she noticed that Kevin was coming out of the VIP area. But what were you doing at the VIP window? Officer Emmett asked as she looked him straight in the eyes. She was here to do some banking too, but she had to do it at an ordinary window. Officer Emmett knew very well that the bank's VIP room was only accessible to millionaires. Maybe they let me use it because the regular lines were getting too long, Kevin suggested as he shrugged his shoulders. That seemed to make sense to Officer Emmett, so she decided to change the subject. Kevin, please don't misunderstand Blair's actions. He didn't do any of that on purpose. Before she could finish, Kevin interrupted her. I'm not here to talk about him. Let's find a place to sit down so you can explain to me what's going on with that bracelet. Suddenly, there was a scream from the lobby. We're being robbed! The bank's front door was kicked open by 5 men in black. One of them fired his gun at the ceiling and shouted, Everyone, on the floor! Put all your valuables on the floor in front of you and don't look up, the head bank robber shouted. If you value your lives, you'll do as we say. The shocked customers hit the floor and tried to follow the thieves' instructions. Officer Emmett was about to react, but saw that there were too many armed robbers and she didn't want any innocent people to get hurt. What a bunch of scum, she said to Kevin. Robbing a bank in broad daylight. Well, if they came here at night, there'd be nothing to rob. How can you joke at a time like this? What else can we do? Kevin pointed out with a smirk. Should we go stop them? No, if they're brazen enough to come down here in the daytime, they're probably prepared for resistance. There are too many innocent people here. We need to wait for a better opportunity. Go to the vault and bring back $8 million in unmarked bills. And don't try anything you'll regret. Well, we don't have that much money right now. The robber responded by shooting Johnson in the thigh. I won't say this again. $8 million in cash right now. Too many customers have taken out their money the past few days, plus a lot of companies have withdrawn their funds to put into the stock market. We really don't have $8 million in the vault, Johnson said as he gritted his teeth in pain. One more word and you're a dead man. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Officer Emmett stood up holding her badge in her hand. Chicago PD, you're all under arrest. Put down your weapons and place your hands on your heads. Kevin, who was still lying on the floor, looked up at Officer Emmett and shook his head in disbelief. What the hell is wrong with her? Didn't we agree to wait for a better chance? All the men in black turned to look at Officer Emmett. The group's leader looked around the room and then looked back at her. Sure, officer. Then he paused and said, Wait a second. Why should we listen to you? Oh my God, I thought she had better judgment than this. No backup and no gun. Why should they listen to you? You two go and tie her up and throw her into the car. He started walking towards Officer Emmett while he said this. As the 2 men moved in to tie her up, Officer Emmett spun around and made a savage sidekick to the first one's gut. Then she spun in the other direction and threw a high snap kick to the other man's head. A gunshot rang out and dust floated from the ceiling. You're as good at fighting as you are beautiful, the man smiled creepily and said. Let's see which is faster, your foot or my gun. He pointed to all the people lying on the floor and threatened. We've got 5 guns. How many of them do you think you can save? You're a piece of crap, Officer Emmett shouted angrily. Kevin realized that she'd stood up and drawn their attention to keep Johnson from getting shot in the head. But now the robber was threatening everyone in the room. Kevin jumped up and said to Officer Emmett, Go and check his injuries. Leave these guys to me.
Hi, Kevin here. If you're wondering what happens next, then stay tuned on the Pocket FM Universe channel for more episodes.